Investments are probably open. If you want to invest your tickets, chat. Who's ready to meet our god? And by meet our god, I mean... And by meet our god, I obviously mean... potentially finish this fort? Potentially. So the past realms of Soul is this world. Sunspire is the fortress. Of course, legends are available if you type in !legends, and if you're watching on YouTube, you can just click on the legends link in the description or go to legends.blindirl.net. That shows the current world that I'm playing in. It was updated at the end of the last stream of Dwarf Fort, so if you have a dwarf or had a dwarf, you can search for them. And you should be able to witness the dwarfs. I will also note, so Rogue was talking about this briefly the other day when I was talking about data usage and the process of hosting Legends. So Legends browser was using gigabytes of data, like gigabytes of data, like ridiculous amounts of data. I don't know why. It shows on my ISP, which I think is really funny. Like, I usually use about 2.5 terabytes of data a month. Most of that is because of streaming, right? There was a huge, it like tripled my data usage during that week. We need to solve alcohol. Alcohol is a little low at the moment. So it massively increased my data usage that week. But what's funny about it, to me, is that I must have deleted my brew drink task. What's funny about it to me is I'm switching ISPs this next month. So there was like 2 weeks there where I like quintupled my data usage. And now it's like back down to kind of normal because Legends browser, I guess every single time you load Legends, let's actually do 250 and we'll do that when it's below 500. Legends browser just loads all of the data and displays it. And I think whenever you refresh that page, it reloads all of the data. So it's like, here's like 400 megabytes worth of XML file. Okay, click a button. 400 more megabytes of XML file. Click another button. 400 more megabytes of XML file. That's the only logical thing that I can think of, and I don't think that Legends Viewer does that because it like portions it down and like only shows you small parts of the data instead of just all of it. Which I, once again, think is really fucking funny. So I'm very amused by this because I'm switching ISPs very soon. And I'm going to have much faster internet, which I'm very excited about. Saturday, tomorrow, today is my last day on cable internet. Tomorrow I will be on 3G, 3,000 megabits up, down, asynchronous, and I'm so excited. Because I was supposed to get this in my old building, and it got delayed, and then 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 I moved. I've lived here for almost, like, just over a year. It's like a year and a week, year and 2 weeks, and I'm getting fiber internet. I'm so happy. What's funny is the current ISP that I'm on, I switched to it because they had faster internet for cheaper, and I needed the copper cabling in the building that I lived in to be upgraded so I could actually get internet that was fast enough to even stream on. Yeah, it's been a year, right, Frog? And I refused to take a contract with the current ISP that I'm with because I didn't want to pay fees to get out of it. So I've been contractless for multiple years now on cable internet. So I haven't even been getting like the, oh, here's the discounted rate because you pay in advance bullshit. Like, I'm actually like paying too much for shitty internet because I've been going, at any point, this, like, the lines could actually happen. It could actually get updated and I could get faster internet. So, that I think is what was actually happening. So now instead of using about 350 gigabytes of data extra per week, which is what Legends browser was doing, it's now, since swapping over to Legends Viewer, it's used about 4 gigs. So, you know, it's like a factor of a couple zeros. It's a much lower number and amount of data being pulled and read. A much more reasonable number, even. Just plugging my phone in. So, that's that. Aside from that, I'm still, like, actively thinking kind of a lot about what can be done to make Legends Viewer better. And I do honestly think, and chat can probably second this if they have opinions, I do honestly think that the only way to truly... He says he's plugging all his devices in. The only way to truly make Legends Viewer an ongoing thing forever is if it ends up on Steam. Is that a pineapple? Is this pineapple? This is Pineapple Splash, Western Family branded Pineapple Splash, naturally flavored pineapple sparkling water. It's fine. It's my last can of this dozen, and I'm very happy because I like the other flavors more. It was very cheap. It was $2.99 for a dozen. Same with all of their sparkling waters. I normally buy bubbly, but bubbly is like $5 for a dozen. So I was like, well, okay, I will gamble with my taste buds and just grab a bunch of random pineapple sparkling waters. Like, there's no alcohol in this or anything. It's just sparkling water. Yeah, you had to buy 2, so I bought 4. It was one of those, like, I think it's normally like $6 for $5 or $6 for a dozen. Bubbly's usually buy 2 for 10. But this was $7 for 2 boxes, basically. So for 2 dozen, it was $7. And I was like, okay. I mean, Save-On has like delivery specials pretty consistently, where if you buy their store brand stuff, you get dollars off on delivery. Dwarves alive in the fort are Squizzly, Batome, Tibbe, Smoking Top Hat, Gutsy, Umbriel Alderman, Oh No It's Oak, Davette, Lennox, Captain Radiator, Megalodon, Tempered Calamate, Giggity McSquat, Ham of Doom, 409, Rogue Phoenix, Drunkard, Scales, Wolf, Cashless Nomad, Daggett, Darius Cardman, Maxentour, No Mold, our Necromancer Queen herself, Snail SD. So the Necromancer Queen has no living relatives, meaning if I kill her, it's going to be hard to actually get anything else out of her. QN Green Tea, the Elite Marks Dwarf. And I think that's Necrontyr, the child. So that's everybody. This dwarf is a peasant. 56 years old. How do you feel about combat, peasant? Dreams of attaining a rank in society. You brave? Clumsy, anxious quarreler. Hates power. You're not super brave. That's fine. Can't believe you froze to death. Yeah, no, some otters froze to death. So, this is the actual fortress monument. This is what we've been building. It's a big tower in the middle of this circular structure with a bunch of Mark Dwarves in the top. And I'm going to just make sure everybody's training, which they are. And they are. They're all training just on wrestling. However, whenever a wild animal or something shows up, they shoot bolts at it, and that's pretty effective, honestly. Kias keep on getting murked. This goblin is actually a pretty important goblin. This goblin killed multiple of my own dwarves. The Dreamy Sin was their, like, title. So if I go to Legends real quick, and I look up the Dreamy Sin, the Dreamy Sin, this goblin right here, was only 20 years old. However, being a member of the Pink Seduction, they invaded us. And they clashed with us several times and fought in several different battles. But they managed to kill Moreb II, Frisco-born, Athil, Shem, and Goden. They arrived as part of the second siege that this faction sent at me as the commander of the siege and was shot in the head by Qin Green Tea. Yes, the tower looks like a penis. And congratulations, you are also one of the adolescent children who thinks that everything remotely arrow-shaped looks like a penis. You probably also think that all directional indicators on streets look like penises, highway on-ramps, and most buildings. I didn't name it the Pink Seduction, they did. So, you know, if that looks like a penis to you, I think it looks like an upvote arrow. I mean, you live your life. Or a mushroom. I mean, this is Dwarf Fortress, after all. Anyways. Kenton, you're dead, so you don't get to see the glory of this Dwarven engineering. Speaking of glory of Dwarven engineering, down inside of it is this. We are filling this reservoir up with lava. I actually can't remember how you died. How did you die? You die. Okay, actually, which one died more recently? Because both of you have died. There's been two of you, and they've both died. Yeah. Okay. So you died by bleeding to death after being slain by a Crundle. Yeah, you're not one to talk. You know, you got gutted to death by a Crundle, and after becoming romantically involved with Alf. And, you know, Alf, of course, also no longer with us. Unfortunately, Alf was slain by a giant bat. A very similar fate. It was tough. But at least it wasn't a Crundle. It was a giant bat. Like, you died to, let's just say, an English Mastiff, and your partner who you were romantically involved with, or no, your partner who you were romantically involved with was slain by a bear, and you were slain by a Chihuahua. So, you just died of embarrassment. It just bit you, and you're like, ah! I shall have a heart attack now. Hold on, I need to slit my wrists to make it look like it was a really bad fight. And anyways, this is how we are filling our reservoir with lava. And the founder of the fortress, the royal beast, this dwarf, our duke, actually rather duchess, does need an opulent throne room, and it's quite offensive that her throne room isn't up to the level of opulence that she requires. She really wants to craft an object as well. However, she worships a god. Also, she's in love with Darius, so, you know. Darius is wearing a crown, which honestly I think looks pretty good on him. She worships Lenaud. Lenaud is the deity of many things. In fact, Linod is the... You know what? Actually, I'm going to do this. The deity of mountains, volcanoes, fire, the sun, and creation. This is now a temple to Linod. I'm going to set it to long-term residents only. I'm also going to put a few tiles of green glass right here. And then I'm going to put an altar right there. I'm also going to put some tiles of green glass right here. And maybe a few right here. There's just a big old herd of animals out front. We're going to be doing a bunch of butchering today, I think. Now, Holy Cow is our representative of this god. My goal for this fortress was to bring volcanoes to the surface and sacrifice this animal into it. So my question is, aside from the penis, does this look like a volcano to you? And what do I need to add to it to make it volcano-y? That's the question. It's good to see you, Ice Blue. Hope you're doing well. What should we add to this? Things are going to be interesting, because on top of the tower, we are at war with goblins. I've also, sort of rejected the elves' demands. So we're probably at war with elves. I mean, they said I could chop down nine trees. That number right there is the number of trees I've actually chopped down. I don't think they're going to be thrilled with me. So we're at war with at least the goblins. Probably more. So the real question here is... That's a key ahead. A key was ahead of its time, if you know what I'm saying. We have to keep this fortress alive, defend it, and then sacrifice the yak before it dies of old age. Can have some lava rivers on the surface, certainly. I mean, I was kind of thinking about, like, building out these, because this is just, like, lava, like, walls, basically. So I could build out this layer, and we could pump lava up to here from down here to make it fill super quickly, which could be cool. But that's about as far as I've gotten. Currently, the way the pumps work is we have this pump stack that goes from here down to here, and I can independently turn this one off. Because this, right here, can be switched off. So I could make, like, a lava cycling system is kind of what I'm thinking. This is the pump that fills up the initial reservoir. What I could do up here is I could have an independent pump system that goes up maybe the back of this or something that pumps lava into a river, maybe over here somewhere, across, and then down into here. That could then get pumped back up. I think that could be pretty cool. And just some lava rivers to make it look like an active eruption. Certainly. Yeah, we could absolutely do something like that. So I could either do something flowing. I haven't really built this tip here with the idea, with any real idea on how I would let lava flow over it, so that would be kind of difficult. Unless, like, I cut out this and this. But then I would have to, like, extend the edges of this a little bit so that these don't get flooded with lava. But that wouldn't be all that difficult. Too fast, two waters? Is that what you're suggesting? I'm not saying that you need to take one of these, but I do have two giant otters. They are the big. We also have the dumbest looking animal of all time, a giant flying squirrel. These were all purchased from the elves. We also have a giant wolverine, a giant bear, giant birds, you know, the usuals. So beard or no beard, otters. Also, Hail, Mirren. And Dominoc, and Pink Primeval. A tiki bar. Yeah, you know, we should make a tiki bar. The other thing I need to do today is I need to satisfy my queen, because she doesn't have any kind of living quarters right now. So, and I also kind of, sort of maybe want to sacrifice the queen too. Because, like, necromancy is the reason this faction is dead. Can you have one of the others? Certainly? Certainly. Since we do have a lot of unnamed dwarves, just as a reminder, if you are subscribed to Tier 2 on this channel, or if you're giving me $7 a month on my blog, you should have access to a command, which is !DORF. That lets you just name things basically whenever. There is a cooldown on it, but it's pretty generous. Otters. Some otter. Anyway, some otters is has no confidence at all in his talent and abilities, and is sloppy with his living space. 25. He isn't particularly ambitious, and he is pleased by his own appearance and talents. He is somewhat quarrelsome, and he is bothered by his nature, since he values harmony. That sounds pretty realistic to an otter, actually. He can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings, and does not often feel lustful. He doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living, and is conflicted by this since he values harmony as an intellectual concept. It's all about harmony. And it's about family, chat. And he tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others. He generally finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future, and is moved by art and natural beauty, and can sometimes act without deliberation. Okay. From the other thing that you do? What's the other thing that you do? Like the Patreon? I mean, the Patreon works too, but... And because the YouTubes haven't been promoted by YouTube for a while, YouTube folks, if you're there.
37 months.
The first person to post a pickaxe emoji can name something. Darius, thank you very much for the 37th month. And Xylium, thanks for the 25th month. Thanks for the big 25 and the big 37. All right, so, what would you like to name, by the way, DS? Should be some more otters. Unfortunately, the other one's Tacrium because it was claimed a while ago. So I can't actually do that because it's already been named. So instead, I will simply say missed opportunity, I suppose. The first Dwarf I click on. Okay. That's difficult. So what I will do is I will do this, and I will close my eyes, and I will hold the down arrow for a few seconds. You're Kavish. And your last name is Kavish Death Doors. What a good last name. You're married to Tun the Glazer. You actually have a bedroom, which means you're one of the rare members of society who actually has a bedroom. He's bored by reality and would rather disappear entirely and forever into a world of made-up fantasy. He has a noticeable lack of perseverance, and he doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing his mind. He's grateful when others help him out, and he tries to return favors. He doesn't think before acting, and he is assertive. He tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will, of course, be the one that comes to pass. He is pleased by his appearance and talents, and has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others. He has a greedy streak, and he finds helping others emotionally rewarding. When greeting others, he always smiles nervously. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. He personally values family and respects the law, and values cunning, and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. He likes aluminum, nickel silver, pink garnet, durian wood, as well as rami fabric, the color emerald, crossbows, earrings, and goats for their eating habits. The words of the library of playing, and the sound of the silver of control, and the sight of the fragrances of silkiness, and when possible, he prefers to consume sweet potato plants, turnip wine, and absolutely hates purring maggots. His medium-length beard is, of course, neatly combed. His sideburns are clean-shaven, and his long mustache is neatly combed as well. His very long hair is neatly combed, and his nose is upturned. Upturned nose. He wore his spouse's tongue plank kiss. So you're Death Door, and she's plank kiss. Okay. You want to be sacrificed with the cow? If the bullshit headcanon idea here is that we will summon, like, our god by setting shit on fire, I fear the concept of what will happen if we, sacrifice an otter. Like, what would that do? Nothing good. Clearly nothing good. 409 the second has been taken by a Fey mood. And I'm going to go into the animal stockpile here, and I'm going to slaughter a bunch of shit, because we've got way too much stuff in this. What the fuck? Why do I have oh, we must have gotten those from the elves. I'm just going to do all this. I'm going to slaughter a bunch of baby animals. I'm sorry, not sorry. We need some population control right now. I've been neglecting everything about the animals for a while. Let's do you. Geld you. Slaughter you. Slaughter you. Slaughter you. Slaughter all these. I'm gonna keep Shelly and Schmelly. Slaughter you. Slaughter you. I'm gonna start skipping some of these for slaughtering. Don't really need the cougar. Slaughter that. Slaughter this. War train that. Slaughter, 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 slaughter. Slaughter. We'll keep the birds. Slaughter, 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 slaughter. Slaughter. Okay. We will actually keep these 3. That's gonna be a lot of animals. There's many of them. In fact. Honestly, like, Dwarf Fortress is one of those games that makes me acutely aware of just how unfamiliar with, like, how you scientifically refer to birds. Or, like, how birds are categorized. Like, people are so unaware of it. Like, cock and hen kind of thing, you know? Like, when I say giant kiwi cock, people say, excuse me? It's like, you know what I meant. And they're like, do I? And I'm like, well, you should know what I mean. I assume you should know what that means. I'm quite surprised at how quickly those dwarves... Oh, dwarf was found dehydrated. This dwarf went insane after failing a strange mood in the last stream, so it's a damn shame, but it happens to the best of us. Let's hope that you get tombed. Do you have a tomb available? Kind of doesn't look like it. Yep, now you do. Okay, so I need to wait for this to all finish filling. And I need to figure out where I'm going to build this volcano, if you will. So the lava's gonna be pumped out of here somewhere. And it's going to be powered from down here, probably. The question is, well, okay, but here's the thing though. Could you have a tit cock? I'm just saying. I'm pretty sure that's the way you would refer to a male tit, right? Ay, ay, ay. Turns out that birds are the brunt of many jokes. I'm gonna go over here and go offering place. Place that altar. What is, chat making jokes about this? That's what. But that seems right to you. I mean, a male bird is a cock, right? What, blue-footed boobies? This is also an opportunity for me to remind chat that we do have an exclamation point tits command that I'm pretty sure still exists. That's what they're like. So a male bird is a cock and a female bird is a hen. So when like giant ostrich cock attacks a dwarf, there's always one person who needs to be educated on what that word means. And like, we're not even shit posting. Like, that's just real. So I'm going to make a glass volcano around here somewhere. And then pump lava up into it. I think actually the easiest place to do this would genuinely be around here somewhere. So like, probably probably dig to about here. The issue is I am not going to be able to do this safely. So what I'm going to do is this. Going to set you. Actually, I will just do it this way. I'm going to erase you. And I'm going to erase you. And I'm going to go down to the bottom of you. We're about to get hit by some ads. I'm going to turn you off. Just going to turn this off. There we go. It's now disengaged. So now that it's disengaged, this is going to stop filling. This is going to stop draining. And I can build a pump that's connected to not the bottom of this, because that's not where we're going to be pulling it from, but from right here. Maybe not from the bottom. Maybe we could do it from this side. I do have YouTube chat up, yeah. I'm not seeing anything in the YouTube chat. Do I need to refresh it? Yep, it's up. It's just literally nobody's typing. Sketch. Has anyone mentioned shags yet? I think that's a very British thing, so it doesn't get brought up as often. Or rather, I think of that as a British thing, but... So what I'm going to do is I think dig a little one of these. Well, now somebody says something. Hi, Letty. You are the second person in 1 hour to say something since I turned the YouTube stream on. I've made this. I've committed a grave sin, chat. Like this horrible, nightmarish sin as a content creator, and I guess like I should address the allegations, and that's I've streamed things that aren't Dwarf Fortress in the past few weeks, and so YouTube has decided that my YouTube channel is dead, and nobody is interested because 30% less people click on the streams, so thus because 30% less people click on the streams when I'm not playing Dwarf Fortress, YouTube has decided that my YouTube channel is no longer a going concern, no longer interesting to my audience, and they're no longer recommending it, and so nobody's being told that the streams are even live right now. It'll fix itself the next time I upload a video that gets more than 100 views, but That's why I'm not really commenting at the YouTube chat all that much. Such is life. Pull Mal. Such is life. Actually, the other thing that I could do is I could just dig up from over there. You're in both places? I mean, that's... You watch the way that is most optimal for you, friend. YouTube, the platform, can be kind of miserable, yeah. As like a place to like put content, absolutely. But I don't know, people over there are lovely. I'm very happy that people watch on the YouTube. And honestly, I'm happy that I'm able to stream on YouTube purely because it is very useful for anybody who... How do I put this? It's very useful for anybody who like has a TV and wants to watch on the TV, because YouTube has a much better app for watching live streams on a TV than Twitch does. So like, unless you're like basically running a custom setup so that you have like basically a computer connected, it's quite difficult to actually like functionally watch Twitch on a TV. If it even exists. Some otters, in a lot of cases, they don't. So I don't know. It has its purpose. Also, like in some places, Twitch is blocked in an office when YouTube isn't, which I'm not gonna lie, that makes no sense to me. You know, like if you're allowed to like listen to Spotify at work, why can't you watch a DJ set on Twitch? Like I don't get that, but I don't get that in the slightest. So I'm stopping the flow here so that I can make a secondary reservoir coming through the side of this and into here. And then question is, how high do I want to go? I'm thinking around here. It's either like, okay, it's either like 2 layers below the surface or 1 layer below the surface that I want to go to. What do you think would look cooler, chat? Because like that glass layer, because basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to build an external outer moat for the fortress. What do you think would look cooler? Because regardless, it's going to be pouring down and in. That, or I could place this in a different location. I could make it flow south. Because I'm going to build a little hill. You know, maybe I should push it to, like, over here. Yeah, let's do it that way. Let's go a little further south. A little further away from the front door. So, like... We'll dig this out, but I'm thinking... like... something like this. And then it's less distance that I have to transfer power. Because I'm probably gonna... No, I won't be transferring it from here. I'm gonna have to power this separately, aren't I? Because then I could do up to about here. Up to about here. And if I were to put pumps starting here, so do like this, and then this, oops, okay, so it pumps this way, then that way. Would pump here, that way, 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 that. So then it would be going here. So basically what I could do, I'm just using this as like a template, basically. I would have like this space to build with. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a little bit of pre-planning. I mean, as far as the organic layouts go, I'll be honest, I've taken a lot of design ideas, especially as of late, from Deep Space on Twitch. So if you ever see his streams, or StarX20, look at what he does, because I've taken a lot of ideas from him. He does a lot of really interesting things with making stuff look organic. Like, originally I was quite inspired by Krug Smash because he said a thing ages ago that I very much agree with, which is, you know, I have to look at my fortresses for hours and hours and hours on end, so I might as well make something I like looking at. If I don't make something I like looking at, what's the point of making it? And that was the initial inspiration, and then that eventually turned into, well, I not only do I have to make something that I like looking at, but I also have to build something that is creatively fulfilling to construct. This is going to be where my queen's quarters are going to go. StarX20, I think. No, 0 letter X 20. That's how you write it, stone. So they're gonna dig down there, as well as digging out this upper area while we are waiting for this lava to quit flowing. There you go. So then the next thing I need is I need this. I need to go down through here, and I need to enable... So all of this is happening right now in an untamed wilds biome, meaning we could get attacked by giant birds at any time, while at war with a lot of different factions. So we have to be pretty quick about anything we do out here, because anything that takes too long or is too grandiose could agitate the wildlife. And if the wildlife gets agitated, we get to hear about it. In the format of birds trying to murder us. Okay. So what I'm thinking is I pump lava 2 or 3 levels above the surface here, maybe up to about here. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to probably build another archery tower above it and then use this to distribute lava to a network of different spots around. We'll block off this river because we don't need that stupid river. And we'll let the lava flow in from the surface. And then what I can do is I can completely isolate the lava that's in this reservoir down here from the rest of it once it's full. Once it's completely full, I can remove all of the lava that is going in. So no more lava needs to enter. And ideally, it should eventually meet an equilibrium where I can just let this one run, and it'll just perpetually fill this. That's the idea. What's the biome? White sand desert? Yellow sand desert? I think it's white sand. It's a sand desert. But it's Joyous Wilds. We also like the environmental storytelling that emerges from this design. Speaking of, I got an idea. 409, the Milker has created Kennistunsung Shin Ogtun, a conglomerate throne, and offers it to the Seed of Creation. Well, that's obviously being given to the Queen. I mean, let's not even joke about that. That's going to the Queen. Is that? Oh, that's an aquifer. Never mind. Okay, so I was going to put the Queen's quarters here, but no, I'm actually not. It was a joke. I'm sorry. No, the Queen's quarters are going to be crowned with that. Okay, I will put it down here then. Those can be, that there can be the Queen's bedroom. Maybe this could be her bedroom. That could be her dining hall. That can be her throne room. Except this is just going to get a straight line. Oops, nope, that's the wood cutting tool. It's just going to get a straight line to right there. And I'm going to just put her throne right there. For example, this fort has a lot of glasswork, so it's natural to have more carved and organic shapes. I don't know if glass necessarily equals natural, but sure. Let's get that throne placed, because that is a very queenly throne, and the queen needs a throne room, even if it's just one tile for the minute. Kind of looked like she was gonna build that right there, but I guess not. We also need to keep an eye out for agitated birds. So we are, like, as you can see, giant vultures are attacking periodically. We've also got sparrow people. Nothing agitated. How are we doing on bolts? Kind of a lot. How are we doing on bars? Got 10 steel bars. Let's make some steel bolts. 25 steel bolts. I mean, do you have any design specific things that you like to try and do, or you would like to get better at, in Dwarf Fortress chat? Because I know that I kind of over-design a lot of my forts, and I do that intentionally, you know, like, part of the idea is to be a little bit eye-catchy or grabby, or like something that people look up and want to see when they stumble on a fortress or they look at a stream. They go, oh gosh, I want to see more of that, because you want it to be catchy, you know, and kind of attention-grabbing, because that is quite literally, like, good marketing. If nothing else. Okay, so this is now going to be an office. The combat continues. Assigned to the queen. And she's very satisfied with her office. She also has this as an office, which I'll remove is an office. How does she feel about her office? She actually really likes her throne room. Holy shit. It's one tile. I mean, that makes sense as to why. This is a conglomerate throne. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with oval conglomerate cabochons and encircled with bands of iron and trillion cut milk quartzite. This object is adorned with hanging rings of conglomerate and menaces with spikes, of course. Menaces with spikes. Have I lost my spot? Menaces with spikes of conglomerate sheep's leather and yellow sespertine, as well as giant one-humped camel leather. On the item is an image of the sunny time, the yak leather buckler. In spider silk, on the item is an image of a lime tree and fungi wood. A little bit of citrus. I kind of wish you could pixel art things, but it's... honestly, for me, pixel art in Dwarf just is like a free time thing. Like, it's just a slow process. Like, it just takes a long time, so I just kind of never bother. Like, that's my biggest issue with pixel art stuff. Because, like, this... Sure. Like, you could call this, like, artsy. This was, like, me just, like bashing together a design in a couple minutes. Very little actual thought was put into that. I mean, it's the sunny time. I like the name of that buckler more than I like that buckler. It's just a leather buckler. Like, it's a nice buckler, don't get me wrong, but it's just a buckler, guys. Like, it's nothing crazy. It's nothing crazy whatsoever. I'm also building a little bit of walling for this. So it's Friday. What's your plans for the weekend, chat? As far as things I would like to get better at with Dwarf Fortress, I would like to get better at focusing on the story. Because I know that I already do a lot of that, so it might sound a little silly me saying that, but there are points where I get more focused on the stream than the story, and I start to lose sight a little bit of the actual through lines of the fort. And there's been eras of my stream where I've been better at that versus others. I think at the last couple of months I've been kind of bad at it, but I think that's like, just general stress and distraction that tends to cause that in me. So that's something that I would like to get better at again, or remember how I was better at it in the past so that I can be better at it again. Is probably the biggest one for me at the minute. What do I have a lot of blocks of? Let's just go around the edge here for the shale. Maybe through there. Got a shit ton of mudstone. Got a bunch of schist. Let's go with schist. I love the look of schist. I was watching a bunch of videos about volcanoes in Iceland and the eruptions that are happening there last night. Astrum Earth has a really, really, really good one. And it's always kind of fun when you play too much of this video game and then seeing somebody talking about molten basalts and then being like, I know what that word is. I know that. Started playing Dwarven Adventure Mode as Pikachu. Uh-huh. I'm assuming you can... How are they doing the powers for those these days? You're going to go see Rebecca Black? Really, Shin? Talk about somebody, like, going from automatic default failure to, like, rebuilding and managing to pull a career out of nowhere. Like, quite an impressive career she's had. I mean, it is Friday. Oh, I said it's Friday. Oh, okay. So you just have the brain poison. Well, fair enough. Playing Telltale's Walking Dead for the first time. It's nice and relaxing. Apparently, Poker Night at the Inventory is coming back. Somebody's re-releasing that because that's been off sale since 2019. And apparently they've actually made it play a better game of poker, which I think is really funny. Because that game kind of fucked with the rules of poker a little bit. You cook in a sports bar, so they've been doing... so the fact that they're doing a potluck and you get off is pretty awesome. Oh, hell yeah! Wait, why are they doing a potluck? Is that like for the Olympics or something, or is there something else happening? They snagged the rights to the Sam & Max game. I remember that. That was a while ago. It's a pretty tiny studio. It's like 5 people or something, but... I'm glad that that game can continue to exist just for, like, archival reasons. Super Bowl? Potluck for the Super Bowl? Wait, so hold on. Is the staff running the potluck, or is this, like, something that anybody... Okay, so... I will be right back. All right, sorry for that. We're getting attacked. Now, they just have crossbows and they came with a snatcher, meaning it's probably just a raiding party, so it's probably very small. Local newspapers started outsourcing their actual printing operation. They're holding a big garage sale tomorrow. Printing supplies, monitors, old iMacs, and even some old wooden typesetting trays. You're gonna go check that out? Oh, that sounds fun. Time to start a independent printing press business and eventually start printing your local newspaper for them. Try to map settling around all elves and farm the place to the ground so you can survive it. Oh, there you go. So it's not Menace. I mean, I posted on Discord I was gonna do a split day, which is still mostly the plan. We'll see if it happens. So we are under attack. Who's leading the charge? Any named goblins that I recognize? Play Torment, Quick Dread, Dread Drink, Malice Stricken, Seduce Post. Good for you there, Gobby. So I do have a pretty large crew of dwarves standing right here. I'm just gonna hope that they're all inside and see what happens, because this should be a pretty small siege that should leave pretty quickly. That goblin appears to be getting turned into paste. We've got another goblin just running. So because they came with a thief, there probably was never more than like 10 of them. But they show up as an ambusher, as ambushes now, instead of just like... Do you remember when you'd have like a snatcher arrive and then a siege would show up and then they'd immediately disappear? They're supposed to ambush now when that happens, which is why they just like left immediately. because there's very few of them. So we killed one, and they were like, "Oh God!" And then they ran away. So we should be good. They should be good. They should be good. This goblin here. This one, because he killed so many of my dwarves, I'm going to build a little tomb around him. Maybe put a statue of him on top of it. Seduced Post is the name. Is that like the name of the kink newspaper that you're gonna run? You can have like classifieds ads for local swingers parties. Be great. I'm sure at least like 3 people or 3 local shops would be super jazzed to like advertise in that. I'm sure there will be tens of dollars worth of business, but that business will be real dedicated. Good luck getting put anywhere public though. I mean, didn't, at least here, Craigslist got rid of the classifieds ads. I'm not familiar with it at all, Rum Rusher, no. I'm not familiar with it at all. So feel free to educate. So once again, I think probably the easiest way to do this would just be to dig through you and dig up. I'm also going to need more green glass, so let's double check that we're still making it. Yep, still making it. Still making it indeed. I hope that we get attacked by more sieges like that today. That'll be fun if that happens. So this is my little tomb for that goblin. The Forgotten Beast, Obumustok has come, a gigantic skinless wabbit. It has 2 horns, and it has a bloated body. Its periwinkle hair is unkept. Beware its poison vapors. I will wait until the ad is done before I finish and click through to see what that creature is. But yeah, the plan for today is I think we'll do dwarfs until about 3 p.m. And then after that, if I have energy, we will swap to Menace. If I don't have energy, then we'll just play an extra hour or so of Dwarf Fort and then call it. But that, I think, is the plan. Because I'm kind of a mess right now. I mean, it is the plan to sacrifice our god, YouTube chat. What do you mostly do with adamantine? Always can't decide, says YouTube chat. Chat, what do you do with adamantine? I usually turn it into swords and helms and shields. And then if I have too much of it, furniture. But it's been a long time since I've had too much adamantine. Like, there is only so much that we can do with it. So, you only got adamantine like 3 times. Yeah, it used to be really easy to get large sums of it, but it's only gotten harder as the game's gone on. So, as a reminder to everybody, though, this is a crowdfunded channel, and I have a daily minimum, which means if I stream for 8 hours, I make minimum wage off of my time spent streaming. Obviously, I do get revenue from other places behind the scenes that I'm not counting in that. But currently, I've made $32 today since I started streaming, and we are currently 110 US dollars away from the daily minimum, which basically means this: if you happen to have a Prime sub, think about me. That's all, really. This week's been pretty good, so I don't really have anything to complain about, but that's all. Melee weapons, helms, shields. Yeah, those are kind of the priorities for me. Although, oddly enough, shields maybe aren't the best one. The shields are mostly a vanity thing. Sometimes, actually more recently, adamantine picks. You make an adamantine anvil, Rocked Randall? I think more recently I've been making adamantine picks purely due to the mining speed. At least the last fort when I had adamantine, I started mining with adamantine picks. And hello, Duramond, in the YouTube chat. It's good to see you. And also, yes, YouTube is correct. Daniel Dato in YouTube chat says, adamantine backpacks. I don't think I've ever made adamantine backpacks, like not once. All right, so where is this beast? Oh, it's on the further down level. I fucking love the Forgotten Beast chat. Like, they've done such a goddamn good job with the coloration. Like, there's still a few that, like, I wish had sprites. Like, a lot of birds, like, don't have sprites, but outside of, like, just sprite variety, which probably will just come with time, these colors are awesome. Like, they put out that first pass of colors and they looked great, and now this second pass just looks incredible. Like, they're so evocative. Like, yeah, that doesn't look at anything like a rabbit, but, like, you know. That's a bunny? Oh, it's a bunny. It's a big, scary bunny, let me tell you. You have any kills? Also, Monster Crowd is a really good name for a goblin place. It's got a big... dude, have you seen a bunny? Have you seen bunny's teeth before? Bunnies have terrifying teeth. A bunny rabbit yawning genuinely is unnerving to me. It's a Watership Down bunny? Oh, absolutely. Okay, so we've got the stairs built up. We go to the top of this, and we're going to start doing some of this. And doing some of this. Did I make those out of the right material? Yes. Then you over here. May actually have to widen this a little bit just to make it look a little nicer. Okay, I actually kind of fucked up. I should connect this way. And you should get a wall right here. Yeah, I'm also gonna need to put a door there. Like 6 doors, maybe. Because this is gonna completely fill up with lava. Making lava rivers? Yep. Well, actually, I'm making a artificial volcano. Got a few more steps to complete before I can get it done. What's the project being worked on right now? An artificial volcano. Actually, stopping an aquifer. So you, smooth, you. Let's just... Let's just do this. First, go up to the top, dig that out. The glass is filling up already. The glass is over here. I've actually turned it off because basically what I'm trying to do is this is going to flow into here. Just naturally. And I'm going to pump the lava that flows into here up above. And then probably over to here somewhere, which is, or potentially right here even. And then this is going to then flow back down into here, which is then going to just kind of go in circles. That's the plan. And my ideal outcome of this is that I can get kind of a perpetual system that is constantly bubbling over on the top and filling back down, but never overflowing because it's a closed system. That is my hope. I built this river, and we had some snatchers show up with some goblins in tow. That's what you've missed so far. Diabetic stoner. They've spent... what year did the fort start? They have... In this fortress, they have spent almost 10 years entirely underground. Sam. That's about how much time they've spent entirely underground. Also, Cyrolac, I have to say that one of my favorite internet jokes on the internet is this is the skull. This is the animal. This is what scientists will think when they reconstruct the animal. Those are genuinely some of my favorite posts on the internet. Or, like, screenshot memes on the internet, I guess. I adore those. Actually, hippo and rabbits don't, I mean, cats don't look like the animals either. So now I need to go down one wider. This is gonna look kind of fucked for a little bit, but I swear it'll make sense when it's done. Because this is now aquifer, and then the layer below it is aquifer. And we're just gonna channel out all of that. I'm gonna build up around it. And the inspiration for the Cyclops. It's like Cyclops and also, like, you know, big feet, giants, etc. How is Menace? Very good, Megalodon. I still want to play some more of that this evening. Fuck me, right. We're in late winter. Okay. I take that back. Got to dig underneath, because otherwise this is going to be, I mean, this is still exceptionally dangerous, but because this can freeze, I've fucked up. I shouldn't have done it this way. So basically what I need to do is I need to put whatever I have the most of. So in this case, mudstone. Because if it flows out one, it'll freeze, and then that'll insta-gib any dwarf that's standing there. But if I place these wall piece here's, then that'll fix it. And then I have to channel in the ceiling above it so that water stops falling from the top. Because I don't want anybody else to freeze to death like some otters did. Oopsies. Do I have giant birds? I do not have giant birds. Baby hippos are kind of cute. Hippos just smell so fucking bad, I find them kind of repulsive generally, but they're fascinating creatures, that's for sure. They're absolutely fascinating creatures. Have you messed it at all? Rather, have you messed with it at all, Megalodon? Or are you planning to? We had some tough missions at the end, but I was getting tired enough that I was like starting to not even see the failed mission thing pop up. So I got some pretty funny clips out of it, but yeah, that's going to be something that I will return to for sure, but it's definitely a when the vibe strikes sort of game. But I'm very excited to see where the development of that thing goes. Actually, let's not put that one there. Let's unpause you. Let's unpause you. I'll just leave that for the minute. It'll be easy to fill in later. Just need these roofs gone. Then we can build this level in once this is done. Because I can do that. And this is where the actual pump stack is going to go, so I can just channel through this. Easy enough. Smooth all this in. Easy enough. So you right here can get smoothed. It's a hungry head fighting with a forgotten beast still. Most of my dwarves are running back and forth between this and up top. It's fine. Progress. What's up, Cuglorf? I do not think so, but in regards to is it possible to use Square ASCII currently? I don't think so. I know that there are people making custom tile sets. Like I saw a person streaming with a conversion of the original Humble tile set, if you remember that one. But it's not something I follow super closely because it's not really a priority for me. So I don't think so, is my genuine response right now, because I don't really have a better answer for you. Maybe? Maybe. I don't know. I think the thing is, like, in order for something like that to be made, there would need to be enough people that want it, and I don't think that there's currently enough people that want it, because the people that still want that are just playing on the older versions. Why are you looking for that specifically, though, Cug? Well, it's not that there probably isn't a good way. If there is a good way, I haven't seen it, and I'm not actively looking for it. So, and that's the sort of thing that you would probably have to actively be looking for to find. I mean, that just means one thing. It just means you kind of got to make it, right? I mean, you're actually the actual place. Here's what I can do. I can tell you where to ask that question. Go to the DF Hack Discord and ask those lovely folks, because they will, if anybody is looking for that or following that or trying to figure that problem out, it's them. I play with the graphics turned on, so it's just kind of a moot point. It's not something I'm seeking out actively in any real sense, because it's not relevant to how I play the game. So that would be my advice. If you are looking for that, reach out to them, see what their solutions are currently for that, and chat with those guys, because they will actually be able to give you answers. I can just shrug and say, I don't know. So hopefully you're able to find a solution. But are you not playing the Steam version because of that currently? Is that what the situation is? Like, or is that just something that you miss? What's freezing temperature of a dwarf? A brick of ice in water. Dwarves don't actually get bothered by the cold in this game. I keep thinking that there's an aquifer on this level, but there isn't. It's on the level above. So I just need to go one level up and chisel down. Really? The elves are still trading with me after all that bullshit I've put them through. That's shocking. They're going to insult me this year. They probably won't trade with me next year. But I don't think that you're a weird person who wants something that nobody else wants. I think you just have a specific niche taste for a specific kind of thing that will probably be fixed eventually. I'm just not actively seeking out progress reports for it. And right, okay. Two things. One, until we have fully moddable UI, which isn't going to happen anytime soon, but will happen eventually because Putnam's allegedly working on it, you won't be able to do that. Tarn has said that Square ASCII is an engine limitation. Those are the two things I can tell you. I don't know how to help you, mate. It really, how do I put this? I fucking love this game. that's I guess the first sentence I should say. I fucking love this game. And it makes me sad to no end that so many people haven't given. It's not a huge number of people. It is a small number of people. But it makes me sad to no end that those people aren't satisfied with this version, because like the positives that have come from this version of Dwarf Fortress so vastly outweigh the annoyance and the sadness of, or disappointment or lack of nostalgia, I guess maybe even, of not being able to play the game the way it was at one point before. That I look forward to a day where everybody's just happy with it. Like, I can't wait for that day. You can never make everyone happy? Certainly, but I stand by what I said. Enemy? Because, like, you know, it is like a fraction of the audience at the end of the day. It is a very, very small number of people in comparison to how many people are playing the Steam version. That's not bugged. That is literally a design decision. Fan of anxious. Like the fact that you can't train Mega Beasts. Yeah, no, that is like the way the game is designed. That's not a bug. That's like saying in Call of Duty, there's blood on the screen when I die. This is the worst bug ever. No, they did that. That's intent. That's the game works that way. What? It's literally not even like a bug that's a feature. That is an intentional feature. And blackjack and hookers? Ham of Doom? Jokes aside, though, there is progress being made in that regard. Cuglorf. But I think that the thing that people need to remember, if you are nostalgically tied to, like, version 47 and previous, is seriously, give this version a shot. Like, if you bounced off it because you're just like, I don't like the controls. I did too. When Premium first when I first got key for this version of the game, that was one of the most aggravating, like, few hours of gameplay I've ever had playing a video game, because I was in the same position. But as time went on, I literally can't go back. Like, I've had to go back before, and the reason I had to go back was for that no-clip documentary. Like, I recorded all of that footage for them. I went back to version 34D. I went to the earliest versions that were playable. And I recorded some footage from every single major iteration of Dwarf Fortress, like 6 to 10 hours of gameplay. And I can't go back. Like, I understand, like, the hotkeys being changed, but holy shit. Okay, but here's the thing. Again, that's not a bug. A lot of anxious. That is not a bug. So, like, if you stare at your combat logs, every now and again you'll see your own citizens fighting. If you stare, they already do gamble, but it's just in Legends. If you stare at your combat logs, if you stare at your, like, things that are happening, you'll have, like, a dwarf is fighting with random dog. And the reason is they bumped into each other in a hallway, lay down, and then the other one lay down, and they both stood up, and then they bumped into each other, they collided with each other, and non-lethal combat, and then they keep walking. That happens all the time. Like, all the time. Except when it's a dragon, that includes firing out a ball of fire. And then getting executed by the military because it shot a fucking ball of fire and killed 30 people. So it's not that's literally just how the game works. You need wider hallways. You can have trained dragons running around in your fort. However, they might not be friendly with your visitors, and then they'll do that to your visitors. Like, I've had trained dragons since they did actually put out a patch that, like, fixed that problem. They just them randomly attacking your military for no reason. And that doesn't happen anymore. However, dragons are dragons. Like, so essentially, like, if you want to use dragons for war, one, you have to keep your soldiers behind them because they'll die. And then they'll kill it. If it kills one of their soldiers, they'll kill it because it's hostile now. So you have to keep your soldiers behind it. So if you want to use dragons that breathe fire in combat, chain them up and then open a door so they can breathe fire and keep your military far the fuck away from them. Like, I've done it. I've absolutely done it. It is possible. It's hideous as shit, but, like, so many changes would have to be made to the game fundamentally because all systems are tied together, right? In Dwarf Fortress. So you get oddities like, oh, well, dragons are, like, unusable in the military. Sure. But if you were in a military squad and some guy shot your entire group of 5 friends with a cannon and no one was looking, and it was like the era when cannons had just been invented and there was nobody else around, maybe you shoot him in the head. I don't know. You know, like, dog go wild and bites your friend's arm off. You put the dog down. That seems like a logical response to me. I think the dwarves are just being logical, and you are trying to put your soldiers in situations with unnecessary risk that can and should be avoided. That's all I see. But no, at the end of the day, I guess, like, to kind of go back to the beginning of the conversation, I want the old school fans of this game to love this, because I spent so many hours talking to a lot of them, and many of those of that crew of people stuck around after the Steam version launched, right? Most of them are still here. Most of them still watch my stream. Thank you. But there are a few of them that, like, this game's dead to them, and that sucks. And it bums me out that they feel that way. Like, genuinely, it's that simple. It bums me out. That's all it is, really. Sounds like a fun issue. I mean, sort of. You're on the dog side. Well, okay. Fair enough. Another forgotten beast. I love it when they have the word gull gun. It's like a gun that shoots seagulls. Gull gun, also known as Amaskutsatskyk, sure, has come. A feathered six-legged camel. That's not where I was expecting that to go. It has it squirms and fidgets, and its turquoise feathers are fluffed out. Beware its poison gas. I think like the reason that it bums me out that people are upset with the controls and the lack of Square UI is Square UI wasn't going to be making a jump due to engine limitations, was announced about a year before the Steam version released. And the controls thing was talked about from the beginning. The very beginning. Like the earliest posts. And the earliest feature of the fortresses. So people should have known, I guess. That's the thing that truly bums me out. Cam hell. Cam hell, hey? You mean Omegle? It's in the same level as the last beast. Maybe we'll see a fight. Unless it's already got a kill. Killed a goblin, as well as a milk bird and a beak dog. Yes. You see, its parents have traveled quite a bit. Ham of Doom. The real questions? Well, there's certainly questions. I won't deny that. Real questions? I don't know if I can pretend that. Okay, so this is going to go up to here. And then there. And we've got an ad break coming in 20 seconds. I think about this game so much. A lot of anxious that when people say things like, oh, this is bugged, my knee-jerk response is just to, well, actually, and I try to be entertaining about it because I actually think that the way that the systems in this game work are very interesting. So I'm not accusing you of complaining. I was just trying to, I don't know, be entertaining. We're in an ad break. I will pause. JJ, what up? It's good to see you, by the way. You were never a bother. It's a fun conversation and you were beautiful. I mean, I don't know about that last bit. It's just they're just a bunch of lowercase text in my chat, so it's definitely lowercase text in my chat. For all I know, that they are a Italian supermodel, or they could be the Hunchback of Notre Dame. Who knows? But the text is certainly beautiful. Holy Axe still doing well. Yep, it's 8 years old. So we're getting very close to the sacrifice here. What's going on? I said, hey, what's going on? We are almost done making an artificial volcano. How dare I try and do my job? Well, it depends. Is my job actively making people's life worse? Then yeah. But Anonymous Alice in YouTube chat, we are building a artificial volcano. That is what I am doing. Well, at that point, my jokes would really sting Darky. Zing! That's all. That's all. That's all you're gonna get. It's okay. I've combed through enough content that I've already got the good ones. Hang in there, honey. You'll be all right, enemy. Kind of a lot of construction, but we'll get there. You work in HR, Bone Doll? I'm trying to think what other jobs exist where you just make people feel worse. Oh, the pup. Got it. I don't know. I don't know if that's necessarily making people feel worse. But fair. Okay, so can now go here and just throw this in. What's good, chat? Hi, Blind. What's good? Cheese is pretty good. Smoothies are pretty good. I had a smoothie this morning. It was pretty good. Had cashews in it. It was lovely. Cats are pretty good, especially when I don't own them. Because cat litter is kind of annoying to pay for. What else is pretty good? Chat, what's good? Without a dwarf falling in and combusting instantly? Only one dwarf. That's a pretty good average, honestly. It's cost of doing business, as we say around these parts. Peanut? Are you trying to say peanuts or pants? Peants? Cuglorf? You know, Cuglorf, your badge being like a little face, I don't know what that's from or what that's for. But it kind of throws me off because it's like... It just looks like an icon. Yeah, I don't even know who that is. It's a badge earned for subscribing during the Pragmatica. Oh, the little lady on the robot, on the big guy's back. The little robot lady on the big guy's back, right? Is that what that's from? That's, rip my chat, I guess. I would say thank you for the bits, but I'm not going to do the math to figure out how many that is. So, thanks for the pennies. Also, the first pennies of the stream. And the first bits of... Yeah, actually, first bits of the day. And the first notification of money in 1 hour, meaning I've probably now made like $35. I'm going to ask you politely, please do that in higher number amounts or stop doing that. Because while the throwing loose change at my face is nice, it's kind of wrecking my activity feed. 70 pennies. Okay. It's all good. It's a feature that I actually kind of don't like on Twitch. So, yeah. Just... chat, can I get a round of beers so that I can see what y'all are doing again? It's literally like... obliterate the chat with kindness. I also just realized I got this backwards, so that's fine. I can fix it. Oopsies. And then I didn't turn you around. Okay, I couldn't see if there was a gap going down there, but there is. Now would be a really bad time for the goblins to invade, because they would just have like a direct line of attack into my fortress. Should probably keep working on this. I need this to be full of lava for them to not do that. And then let's also do this. This, sure, we'll do 2. Okay, so you, there, so here will be there, and there. Cuglor, thanks for the 67 pennies. Appreciate you, mate. Because you said that you can't set up the UI, the other thing that I'm pondering in my brain is I know that there is a... I mean, that's just Stone's favorite number. You'd need to do a 6 and then a 7 separately in order to legitimately say I'm sorry, but just remember that Firaxis released 6 Civ 7 this past year. I'm not a child and can't make that sound right, so... Anyway, I also don't have kids, so the jokes don't really bother me all that much, to be honest with you. We got a bunch of giant vultures going after us. Where was I with this? Right, there is a active project with DFHack to make the current game compatible with the old hotkeys. I know it's not Square ASCII, but there is that. So that might be worth looking at or into. Let's just go back to Mudstone. Okay, so you there. There. And the reason there is a lack of text will be text is because everybody that used text will be text previously plays this version now, and the reason they used text will be text before, the scalable UI, most people didn't even like clock was a feature, right? The scalable UI was a bonus. Like people use text will be text so you can see multiple Z levels at once. Period. It was also far and away the worst feature that DFHack had because it was the cause of the vast majority of the bug reports for Dwarf Fort. So, it's almost 10 p.m. in Finland. Hell yeah! It's 10 o'clock somewhere, I guess? Like, that is the issue, but... No, I get you. It's like you want the UI to scale. I mean, it's one of the... Not the main reason, but it's one of the reasons I just don't bother. Need to know how much power this is going to need independently. Actually, let's just jump back down to here real quick. How much power are we generating over here now? Okay, so you're running steadily, so I can hook up some more tower caps. Afternoon, Amber. Thanks for the $1, Captain Smia. You're willing to relearn the new UI? Yeah. I honestly, I think, like, if you want an older school style looking Dwarf Fortress, what I would actually say is the future is less text will be text. And more something like this. Let me grab this. Because what I think is more likely to be viable is a tile set like this, like Neo-Dwarf, that uses the graphical interface UI. So, because like there's custom UIs out there, right? There's like, if I go here and just go, where is it? Like these different interface skins, right? That have like different looks and feels to them. I think the actual future for Dwarf Fortress would be something like this. Hey, it's Dayon. Combined with a tile set that looks like Square ASCII. I think that's more likely going to be the future because, like, as cool as, like, you know, these silly hotkeys mods are, to me that's a much more viable thing because the engine limitation is such that I don't think a lot would need to change for you to be able to run the game in actual ASCII mode like this and be able to not zoom in and out the UI. But, oops, I just changed my rendering style. There we go. Not as much would need to change if you did it that way. So I would look into things like Neo-Dwarf, or just go talk to them on their Discord as well. Because it would be really cool to have like a full conversion that just, even if it's not actual ASCII, it something like fake ASCII, like Caves of Cud as an example, has an ASCII version. It's not actually ASCII, right? It is a fake ASCII that looks like ASCII. And I think that is a much more viable way forward versus the, is it fair to say pipe dream? Like almost pipe dream levels of Tarn, rewrite your engine again, please. Because I don't see that happening. You're a bit of a fake ASCII, if I do say so myself, Bird Bones. I think what I'm actually going to do, I'm just going to build a little bridge right here. Do this way from the inside, so I don't need to put ramps on it constantly. As if you were visiting Tampere, the pub that you usually work at this hour. Yeah, that would be kind of wild. Although, I've talked about this comedy pub a couple times, Bone Doll. That's, like, pretty close to me. That I quite like. Mostly because their beer is really cheap and they're open super late. But their kitchen closes at 11. And the kitchen staff usually hangs out at the bar until, like, close. And I don't generally sit on that half of the bar because they just kind of fill up the bar and I don't really want to take their spots, and like, you know, they work there. So I think they should be allowed to have their spots every day. So I usually sit on the other end of the bar, but there was one day where like where I normally sit was like busy. And so I sat at the side of the bar that the staff sits on. And the kitchen staff came out at a point and I ended up chatting with one of them, and one of them started talking about video games, and I started talking about video games. And then one of them goes, "You look really familiar, by the way." So it happens. We'll just say that. It happens. Funny story, so you were at the gas station. Oh, that's hilarious. Imagine going to a gas station. No, I'm sorry. I'll finish the story. They were handing out free sampling of beer, free samples, but it is alcohol free. These teens are in and must not have realized, so they snatched the whole basket. I mean, I kind of like some alcohol free beers. Okay, we've got more Dwarfs running in. Kind of amazed. That's probably going to pull us all the way up to 220, which is the current population cap. I just realized this is not the setting I had this on before. What did I have this on before? Automatic, maybe? Yeah, that looks a bit more normal. Let them have their fun. But yeah, that is kind of funny. Oops, that's chalk. To be young again. Although, to me, as a Canadian, the concept of selling beer at a gas station is so fucking weird to me. Some of them are you mean not too bad, Amber? Or do you mean too bad? Because non-alcoholic beer used to just be straight up disgusting, but I was talking with somebody a little while ago that, like, it's very much just there's a demand for it now, so they're getting better at making it. Like, it was all, like, when something is, like, an industry afterthought, you don't get a good product. But when something is, like, a primary thing that somebody makes because there's, like, enough of a demand for it, it gets good. It's the simple version, and there's, you know, enough of a demand right now for alcohol-free beer that it's getting better. I think that's a lot of, like, you know, the stigma around alcohol-free beer is kind of going away a little bit, which I think is the best part of all that. What I like about alcohol-free beer is that they have the carb counts on it, and it helps me figure out what the carb counts of, like, non-alcohol-free beer is. The Forgotten Beast, Uthritek, Toth has come. A towering ankylosaurid with external ribs. It has 2 long, curly tails and a bloated body. Its lilac scales are round and far apart. Beware its poison sting. They can legally do it, so they do it. It's even weirder than the liquor store with the drive-thru. Honestly, the drive-thru doesn't bug me, because, like, you got to get home somehow, right? And if you don't have public transit, you're just going to drive, walk in, pick up the thing. And it's not like they're handing you an open beer in a solo cup, right? The drive-thru doesn't really bug me that much. Or at all, really. To me, the drive-thru liquor store is just kind of sad, because it implies that, like, people don't even want to, like, get out of their car, you know? The Forgotten Beast, Uthritek has come. So we've got a Poison Sting Beast. Is this one on my lair? No. Wow, none of them are on my lair. God damn. Last time I was in Vegas, Nomald, my plane landed. I walked out of the gate, walked into the area where my friends were waiting for me because their flights landed like an hour and a half before mine, and immediately one of my mods of the stream, Hobo, just hands me an open can of beer. It's like, what? Yeah, Nevada's something else. YouTube chat says St. Louis has a pretty good NA brewery called Well-Being that has a lot of good stuff. They also have THC seltzers. That's something that bugs me, is that, well, it makes sense as to why, but it bothers me that I can't buy THC seltzers in a pub. Or THC beer, for that matter, because you can make that too. Let them work on this a little bit. I go down here. So now is the question of how do I power this? Because you use 220. So I could very easily go from like... Where are you powered from? You're powered from right there. But you have to go through an additional aquifer. It's Friday? What's your plans for the weekend? I gotta know, Lanix. Digging vertically up through an aquifer. You're more of a whiskey guy? That's fair. I like whiskey. I've learned I shouldn't have whiskey, because if I have whiskey, I drink all of it. And initially I was like, well, if I buy the more expensive stuff, I drink it less. No, that's not true. It slowly speeds up. The Sienna Guild in Sunspire wants a guild hall. A Stoneworkers Guild. Hey, chat. It's that time of day where I'm drinking exclusively ice-cold coffee. I'm going to go rinse out this coffee mug. Some ads are going to play in about 5 minutes. I'm just going to run them early, and then we'll get 5 minutes longer between the next ad. You guys can watch this dwarf carve a staircase. If something goes horribly wrong, scream, and I will run back. Also, if I could get a round of beers, that'd be cool. Now I'm going to finally stop trying to drink phantom coffee. Whew. It's where you try to drink coffee that doesn't exist. The babies just follow the moms to the peasant. No, the moms carry the babies. The babies are carried by their moms until they're old enough to stand, and then when they become children, then they do chores based on whatever you tell them to do, and you could restrict them at that point if you wanted. It's kind of how that works. Okay, so this layer. Okay, actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go down to here, and I'm going to dig one into the wall, right up to there. Yeah, that would require a bit of micromanagement, but you can absolutely micro them into keeping their babies out of danger if you want them to. But rapidly becomes a matter of, do you want them to, right? Fiddly but doable? It's not even that fiddly. So all of these layers. Then I'm gonna go up to the top. We're just gonna start digging. Although actually maybe not this last one so that nobody gets any big rocks landing on their head. Yeah. I wonder how often babies still get used as indestructible shields. I assume they do. But I haven't actually looked at babies in combat logs for a while. Okay, so that aquifer is now dealt with. I'm just doing this to transfer power, basically. Wait, what? There it is. Actually, I'm just going to pause this. And I'm going to do up to there instead of digging through here. I'm going to get you to go over to here. You to go up to there. You're powered. I can then go, where did I put the... oh, I know where I put them. It's like, where did I put those levers? You can get pulled twice. They are right here. These are my levers for the lava volcano. Let's grab another one of you. Then I need one right here. You kind of grin at the idea of them using babies as human shields. Baby shields, I have you know. That was like the preferred play style for a while, not even because of jokes, like legitimately, like babies couldn't degrade when they took hits. So they were like literally indestructible shields. So had a baby, get in the military. Can babies fight in DF or are they always helpless? Anything can fight. Will they last long enough to do anything aside from maybe dodge once? Probably not. So anything can fight, technically. Like, mechanically, the game allows for literally any creature that is alive with hands can fight. The equivalent of an artifact. A lot of anxious. Okay. So, now all I need to do is get power up to here. Well, it's not all I need to do, but it's the current thing I need to do. Because now I just need a mechanism. They're connected to nothing. Just need to wait for the game to unpause, and then I can connect the mechanism to here. Shield wall of babies. I'm sure you could make that art happen. Do babies have teeth? So Tarn mentioned once that Dwarf Fortress tracks the growth of fingernails, and when babies are born, they have no fingernails, and then their fingernails grow for the rest of their lives. At like, it's what, 2 centimeters a year? And during one of the interviews that I had with him, he was talking about this. I can't even remember how it came up, but he was talking about this. And then just kind of like, clearly thinking about it was like, which also I guess means that they never cut them. Well, that's terrifying. And then like the subject changed and we never went back to it. So I presume they have teeth. Or at the very least, grow teeth. I'm not sure if teeth are like the fingernails where technically they just slowly grow for the rest of their lives, but it could be. Now the question is, how many mechanisms do I have left? One. Damn it! I need Wait, actually, no, I only need one. Well, I need one for the top of this. I need 2 more. Rock mechanisms, let's just keep using Capro. What about 170-year-old Dwarf? To their bodies in that case, when they turn 1, their age becomes correct. Like when they hit a birthday, they would just become correct, but that bug has been fixed, question mark, supposedly. They've been keeping you, and they thought that they were a threat to them. They took the human bodies and built a wall. That's gross. Skithy, thanks for sharing. I don't even want to read that out loud. Okay, how's the power here doing? 2,500. Pretty good. I'm not going to time you out for that sentence, but I'm going to look away from the YouTube chat until that is no longer the thing that is in the YouTube chat, so I don't need to read it again. That would be horrible. Beaver teeth dwarves? Well, I mean, I would imagine that dwarven food stuff isn't exactly the softest or the fluffiest. So maybe they grind their teeth down eating dwarven biscuits. Hey, shark jumping walrus, how is you? Good to see you. Dominok, the surgeon has been possessed. Gross or not gross, Skithy? I'm gonna shun you for the next, like, 90 minutes. All right, after teaching, wow, you are just straight up teaching doctoring, which is useful. Possessed by unknown forces. Grabs tower cap logs, has grabbed a stoneworker's shop. Rough plume agates. I mean, you don't, but leave a like while you're there. No mald. Then unlike it and like it again. I don't know. It's a free world. What's the purpose of the fort? What's the purpose of any fort? What's the purpose of video games? What's the purpose of entertainment? Why am I here? What is life? Why am I sitting here and pushing buttons? What's the purpose of this fort? There's a god that this faction worships that's a yak god, who is the god of volcanoes and creation, etc. And I am building an artificial volcano to sacrifice a yak in. And I have to do it before the yak dies. For the headcanon reason of we are trying to summon our god. Thanks, Ham of Doom. I would never have figured that out. The Forgotten Beast, Elkur, verteblooded, has come. A gigantic eyeless fantail. It has 2 hanging tails, and it squirms and fidgets. Its leaf green feathers are patchy. Beware its spit. So many beasts. Okay, that one looks pretty dope as well. Generally, can't find my zombie. Pro tip. If you type in ! goal, you will... It's fighting with Crundles. You will get a base outline of what the fortress is trying to do. And now also, if you type in ! legends, you can see the world's legends. But Bone Doll already typed it in, so... Although, I don't know if I will be sticking to this world after this fort. We'll see. We will see. There isn't a ton going on in this world. It's not the most interesting one I've played in, so That's kind of the main reason. Colorful beast, so good, damn right. I need to make that guild hall, don't I? I just want to finish this. Okay. We are very close to being able to turn part 2 on. But there's still a few more things we got to do. 324 years old for a dwarf. So dwarves die of natural causes between the year 150 and 170. So if they're that old, they're probably not a dwarf. That's my simple way of putting it. Like, straight up, probably not a dwarf. I'm trying to decide if I would like to put a drawbridge in this. Meng Dominok, the surgeon, has created Kudust Stethad, a mudstone armor stand, and offers it to the Seat of Creation. That seems like a gift for the Queen. Or actually, maybe the Baroness. Or the Duchy. Armor stand, not weapon rack. You dingus. But found, you couldn't find anything I wanted, but found that, wait, but found that. So who's the 324-year-old dwarf, by the way? Feel free to link it if it's in my legends. But probably a vampire. Probably a vampire. Oops, I didn't get to click on it before the game started saving. I like how Grizzle agrees with me. By the way. It's like, I will also be shunning. You're not being shunned, but that did kind of give me mental nightmares. Skithy. Thanks for hanging out in the YouTube chat regardless. But I don't need to know about monstrous mounds of babies you've created in your imagination. They do, but in Legends you see their true age. Like, my queen is lying about her age. Here she says that she's 54 years old, right? But if I go to Legends Viewer and go to my queen, which I'll pop up once I'm on my queen. Lornette Cloistered. She's 200 years old. So she's 200 years old. Considering her parents died in like in their 40s, and she's 200 now. If I actually go here, this is her complete family tree. Her parents were both one of the first of their kind, so like some of the earliest dwarves. Yes, they can lie about their age. Doesn't look a day over purple. I mean, what? Okay, so let's take a look at this. It's 5,700 Dwarf bucks. This is a mudstone armor standal. Craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with mudstone cabochons, decorated with tower cap and water buffalo bone, encircled with bands of tower cap, and this object menaces, of course, with spikes of Tower Cap and Praise. On the item is an image of shining suns in Plumagate. On the item is an image of Thashral Pattern Velvets, the human, in Llama Bone. Shastol Pattern Velvets is dead. That relates to the passing of the human, Pattern Velvets, in the Dune of Courtesies in the late summer of 277. Well, that's grim. Rumor Burrow, will they procreate? Potentially. If they're both single, if they become friends, and if they decide to marry, and if they're both interested in the opposite gender, then they'll have babies. Unless neither of them are lustful, in which case then they might get married but never have babies, or they might get married or might not get married and become lovers if they're like not if they're not romantic and don't care. Like it depends on if they care. But the answer is probably. I mean, I've done that with dwarves where it's just like, I'm gonna lock both of you in this room now and you're gonna get married. And I've definitely done that before. Like I had 2 dwarves that dreamed of raising a family once, and one of them was pretty notable. This was the follow a dwarf for 10 years, and so I just like locked them in a room together and they got married. They never did have kids, but that's just because I didn't play long enough for them to have kids. But they did get married. That's kind of the old school strat for the old days when it was much harder to get dwarves to socialize consistently. You had to like lock them in a room together, which I'm starting to sound like a crazy person talking about current generations of humans on Earth. Yeah, you just lock them in a room together. They'll eventually get married. I swear I'm not a crazy billionaire. Let's see this. Yeah, that is a very old dwarf. Oh, I see why. So, this dwarf that you found has a cosmic bracelet. This is a cultist. Cultists are immortal. They were added to the game when Adventure Mode released. And they can be any species that exists in the world. And so they might be dwarves, they might be elves, they might be humans, they might be amethyst gem men, mud people, iron men, fire people, etc. Sorry, I think I've just peaked my microphone. But anyway, they live forever and they don't sleep. They're like cosmic dwarves. Sounds like a boring life. Yeah, they stay in a room and never leave until somebody shows up and steals their artifact because they're on a quest for adventure mode. Also born at the beginning of time. Yep. So they're always the oldest of their kind. And you. Mudstone, mudstone. This fort? This is not a new fort. No, this is my 7th stream of this fort, I think. Some will. Maybe even most will. Can't fund my zombie. But not all of them will. I haven't actually built a magma pump tower in a very long time. Oh no, this is the side I need to do this. I keep screwing this up. You require 150 power, plenty. Mudstone. Mudstone. And then let's go up this way. Is there economic use to pumping magma? Can you harden it into obsidian? Oh, absolutely. You just gotta pour water on it. I'm using this more as like a military use. Is my intent. Human caravans have arrived. I'm just kind of not trading with anybody except for the dwarves at this point. I can't remember if I made that out of the right materials, so I'm gonna try that again. Pump stack, green glass, corkscrew, corkscrew, cool. And then mudstone, mudstone, mudstone. I remember the day that I met your mother. I was sealed in a room. What's funny is if like you actually look at how what it takes for a dwarf to make friends, that's actually not too far off. I was sealed in a room, like unable to speak to anybody else because like a lot of players who play Dwarf Fortress are so focused on keeping everybody working and not like the old term was idling, but not like having free time, that the result often ended up being that literally no dwarf ever had friends because they were just so busy working themselves to literal death. Okay, humans. Okay, humans. Wood, thank you. I should... Okay, you know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna satisfy that Stoneworkers Guild and I'm gonna cheat it. Don't look directly at what I'm doing, chat. This is me cheesing. Yes, I'll make you a guild, which is just a square of artifacts in a room that you can't get into. That's obviously a high enough value. Till they either die or start mating? Well, I wouldn't do it that long. Because if they die, then that kind of defeats the point, right? At least I think it kind of defeats the point. What do I know, though? Baby was born. Ideal. We're also at the population cap now, which is cool. I think I'm going to make 2 bridges here. This will speed up this construction quite considerably. Should have done that from the start, but I didn't. Both unexpectedly happy and grim. What, in real life? My mood has been like thinking way too much about the future of the internet. Actually, chat, I want to run an idea past you. I assume that you because you're watching this stream. I'm assuming a lot about you. You probably like the stuff that I make, presumably. And you probably want to be able to find it. YouTube is making it very difficult to make sure that everybody sees things that you make. And this has been kind of an ongoing issue on YouTube for a while. And I don't think it's ever going to stop being an issue. At least not in the current era of algorithms, which... Okay, I thought you were a necromancer. You're just a notable individual. I don't see it stopping being an issue anytime soon. So, I've been thinking. I have a blog right now where I send out a newsletter once a week. Now, this would probably require a bit of a website redesign, which I've been kind of thinking about doing anyway, because I would like to make my current website layout better. But would you go to a website to see a list of videos in the order that they released? Because it wouldn't be that hard for me to redesign my site as such, where I could have every single major format of video I do on just a little blog style feed. That would be really fucking easy to do. And I could do it. I mean, you can already do that, Darius. Doesn't YouTube already do that? Certainly. Like, if you go to the YouTube channel. But what I think is valuable... So, to give you an idea. Right now, I have to keep my YouTube channel monetized to pay all my bills. Just like I have to stream to pay all my bills. YouTube is focusing itself more and more and more and more and more on short-form content, which don't pay the bill. Like, for all intents and purposes, do not pay money. In fact, they might as well be worthless when it comes to financial value. The only value they have is it tells YouTube that people like your stuff, so they keep promoting it. That's the only value it actually has. So from that perspective... Oops, nope. Okay, well, too late, actually. So from that perspective, there is very little value to shorts. And right now, YouTube is introducing algorithms and automated systems into the subscription box. And it's becoming, I mean, the current generation of people watching YouTube still go to channels. But in the next 5 years, I don't really know how consistent of a thing that's going to be. So I'm kind of hedging my bets here and thinking ahead to a world where it wouldn't surprise me a whole lot if it becomes harder and harder and harder to consistently make a living doing this. Like, we've definitely gone through a golden age of creating stuff on the internet for the internet and the platforms on the internet paying you. There's a very real, it's not quite a conspiracy theory, but there's a very real perspective right now where it's like that era is ending. And so my question kind of is, well, not my question. My idea kind of is, and my theory kind of is, if I build a centralized hub for all of the stuff I make, that is more valuable long-term as people get used to it, because it would make me less dependent on, because I do make money through my website, it would make me less dependent on YouTube as a platform and Twitch as a platform. The question is, would people use it, and what would people value in that? I'm not going to lie to you, Varian Thrus. So many people block ads that it is... That's quite literally the only way it can continue to grow. right now. Because, like, they also are incentivized to pack in shit tons of ads to incentivize people paying for YouTube Premium. But right now, it's like the internet is going in a direction where they're trying to push everybody into only going to platform-sanctioned websites using platform-sanctioned apps, and stuff is becoming more and more and more cloud-hosted, which sucks. And hopefully that stops. Hopefully that bubble bursts. But if it doesn't, I need to figure out a way to continue, or I want to figure out a way to continue doing this the way I do it. I mean, at that point, just block it. Tank it. Like, obviously, I would like it if you watched the ads, because then I make money, or pay for YouTube Premium, because then I make money, but just block them. They're easy to block. Sorry, YouTube, if you heard that. Please, I'm just talking in theory about the concept of advertising blocking to remove malware. I would never suggest that somebody avoids ads on the platform that my videos are hosted on. That would be crazy. Please watch all of the ads and click on them, multiple times even. What? Anyways. Yes, they do. We can see it. I make about $3 to $5 a day in Twitch Turbo, and about $10 to $15 a day in Twitch ads. It's a bit opaque as to like what percentage of people watching have Turbo, but it definitely has an effect. I'll be honest, I don't mind ads on platforms. I just don't like shit ads, if that makes sense. Like, as long as the advertisements are mildly entertaining and not just scams, I actually kind of don't mind. As long as it's, like, less than cable TV, personally. But that's not the case. Almost the only ads you get now are for Turbo. Can I ask what country you're in, Aranthius? You study malware for funsies? Fun stuff. You'll click all the ads? Hopefully within a VM. Going through a pie hole. Or rather, something to stop them from actually getting value out of that. Netherlands? That's probably why, yeah. I mean, if all you're seeing are ads for Turbo, it just means the country that you're in doesn't buy ads on Twitch. I'm in an ad break real quick. Speaking of ads, I'm gonna go take a piss. My body's like malfunctioning today. I'll be right back. What's happening and coming up, and they're advertising on Pornhub? Excuse me? Excuse me? What? Finnish ice fishing happening, coming up, and they're advertising it on Pornhub. Huh. Actually, better question. How do you know that, Bone Doll? Why would you be aware of that? I sense willing participation. That's all I can say. Collusion, even. You're a long-term wanker? I mean, aren't we all? When you go live, you show up at the top of your feed, for whatever that's worth. That's cool. Andrew Green, that's cool. The thing is, like, I see, how do I put this? I see these numbers on YouTube, which is, like, basically impressions, right? And that makes it starkly clear when YouTube is promoting something that I'm doing versus when YouTube isn't. And, like, the streams, whatever. The problem is, if a type of content on YouTube underperforms, it's kind of like a downward spiral where everything after that you upload does worse. And the same kind of goes for streams, right? Like, YouTube hasn't been recommending my streams since I streamed Songs of Six for a week. So I did, 4 streams of Songs of Six one week? And YouTube recommends my streams like 80% less right now. So if I stream nothing but Dwarf Fortress for a month, I'll get back to where I was. That's kind of what it's doing right now. And that the same goes for shorts and videos. Like, if I try to remember to not send my shorts into the subscription feed for subscribers, because if I do, and less people click on the shorts because people either block them with extensions or just don't watch shorts, which is fair, then they'll start to be seen less. I need to actually do this. I'm kind of dumb. They'll start to be seen, the videos will start to be seen less because people are clicking on things in their subscription feed of mine less. So that's kind of the issue. It's like, if there's perceived lower interest, it gets promoted less. Sure, but like, then I'd have to make that kind of content. You know? And titling things only does so much. Our lives. But in theory, yes, to a degree. There is some truth to that. It's not the most practical, though. What is happening? This is the weirdest pathing problem I've ever witnessed. That is fucking funny. That child was trying to put something away and kept blocking the way for the dwarf. So the dwarf kept like canceling and then reclaiming the thing. I mean, I already do that. Like it's a bit besides the point. Well, actually, here's an example. I've made this example a dozen times. But I will make it again. This is the lowest earning video I uploaded last year. And sorry to those of you who don't like this discussion, and because it comes up kind of a lot. But it's the best example I have for this. I just need to grab it first. So let me find it. Let me just close that. Now, this video did get a bunch of subscribers, so there is that. But this was a video that's 20 minutes long that took me, I don't know, 15 hours to make. But it barely made any money. It got recommended a whole bunch, though. But as you can see, it got recommended a whole bunch initially, and then it just flatlined. Now, why is that? Well, people looked at this thumbnail, and they thought it was a mod for Quasimorph. Or something for Quasimorph. They thought it was that game, not the game that it's actually about. And the first 5 minutes, or 4 minutes and 30 seconds of this video, is me showing footage of Doom, talking about roguelikes, and a little bit of backstory. And then the rest of the video is me talking about Jupiter Hell Classic, which is what this video is about. And if you go to, I think it's engagement right here. Yeah. People tune in, and then a bunch of people tuned out immediately. Which is why it says below typical. And then from here to here, people watched pretty consistently at a pretty normal clip. And then right when I swapped the gameplay to what the video is actually about, thump. And that right there is what killed this video. it got promoted a bunch because it had a clickbait thumbnail, if you want to call it that. I didn't intentionally do that, but apparently I did. And because of that, it got promoted a shit ton initially, and then it kind of flatlined. It had a really good click-through rate, and still does. In fact, this has one of the highest click-through rates I've ever had, consistently. But it just hit a point where people figured out what the video was, and it just flatlined. So that's kind of the issue. But at the end of the day, I'm pretty happy with where my YouTube channel is at right now. And it's not about growing. I mean, I really would like a silver play button, but I'm pretty content just making this stuff at the scale that I'm making it right now and just continuing and kind of crossing my fingers and trying to play into the YouTube machine. But I don't really have any aspirations to ever become somebody who primarily makes shorts. I don't have any aspirations to do the hyper short form thing. Maybe shorter, but not short form.
Thanks for the awesome content and entertainment.
Appreciate you, No Name. I want to keep streaming, which I will. And I want to keep making those big highlight videos. And I want to make big highlight videos without worrying about whether or not the people that it gets recommended to like it. In 2022, suddenly I found myself in a world where I was successful doing this. In 2023, the goal was to fix my fucking brain because I was a broken human being. In 2024, the goal was to do this more sustainably, and I pulled that off by changing the style of content. 2025, I moved, and then I just had to figure out my life again. 2026, I want to work on longer-term stability, and there's this theory going on right now, which is owning your audience. It's the reason I have a Blue Sky account and a Mastodon account, and I don't post on Twitter anymore. By owning your audience, I don't mean like getting one over on you and, making fun of people. When I say owning, I mean like having control and a direct line of communication that is effective. And that's my goal of what I would like to build in 2026. And I think that maybe one of the first things to do there is upgrading my website and making it a better thing. No Name, thanks for the 7 months. Chat, can I get a round of beers for No Name? At least 7. Appreciate you. Thanks for the prime. Oh, certainly. I mean, I'll keep making shorts, Skithy, as you say in YouTube chat. Or rather, I will continue paying my editor to make shorts for me out of my clips and never think about them because I don't like making them. I find them pretty soulless and creatively hard to make. They're just creatively uninteresting, I guess, for me to make. So I pay my editor an hourly rate to edit a couple of them a week. And I think that's the sustainable way for me to do this. If you haven't, you might want to check out the articles and posts on Posse. Publish your own site syndicate elsewhere. I don't know what that is. That sounds like a very silly acronym. But I have a hosted site on Ghost, which I own everything for it. I do pay Ghost to host it, mostly because I'm already self-hosting other things. I don't want to have to host that as well. And they can scale it up if it gets hit with a big bus of activity or something. And so I'm already in the indie web, if that's what you're saying. That's the general term for what you're describing. The thing is, I'm already doing that, right? I know what I'm describing. Is maybe what I should be saying. Let's keep this mudstone, not glass. And I wouldn't say that's a general term for what I'm describing because I've never heard that term before. But it's certainly a term. Indie web is how I've always seen it. Ghost. Yeah, that's where my website is hosted. If you go to blindirl.com, they're hosting it. Ghost is a open source website builder template maker thingy, similar to what's the word? WordPress. However, a little bit more straightforward and streamlined, except instead of, like a Squarespace or something where it's a private company that kind of sucks, it's just an open source thing. And Ghost, the maintainers and the company behind it, they make income by hosting websites for people who are using Ghost. So you can pay them an actually very reasonable fee to just host the website and the newsletter listings for you. It's I think there's one that's like it's like Beehive, I think is another one. There's a few that are similar to that, but that's just the one that I settled on because it was very reasonable in its pricing. Sure, like Wix. I've never used Wix, but probably something like Wix. Potentially. Dad Gamer, thanks for the heads up on it. I do think that's a really silly term, though. Like, naming a thing just for the sake of having a funny acronym always just kind of makes my eyes roll. Makes me take it less seriously, but I get ya. Okay. So, now what I gotta do is realize that I kind of screwed up. I got something else I have to do before I can do this properly. I gotta dig through this and then fortify that. And then up here, I have to figure out how I'm going to finish this. And then down here, I'm going to grab and keep mudstoning. Go through all this down here, all this, all this. I don't actually have to do this way, but I'm going to. And then I'm going to go down a layer. Then you are going to dig up there. And then I'm going to put another one on top, right there. And then we'll be able to start digging our lava rivers. And this will be a little geyser. So let's just pause that for right now. We are so close to finishing this. So close. Can't wait. Actually, let's just get rid of 2 of these. And then let's put some stairs in right here. And some walls in right there. A contrived acronym? Sure. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Okay, so now this is done, so I can block that off. Contrived is actually a really good way to refer to that. This is going to hopefully be as cool as I think it's going to look when it's done. you. Wait. Yeah, okay, cool. I did swap over to the right material. Last two. So now all I really have left to ask is, where should I send this lava on the surface? I'm thinking like one big series of pools that go around the outside of this. Does anybody have any requests or things that they think I should do in specific? I do think I should go around the edge of this and wall it in, which is very easy to do because this is sand. But aside from that, anyone have any specific ideas of where the lava should go? What do we think, chat? Something yak-like? Ooh. I don't know how to make it yak-like. That might be a little bit outside of the scope of what I'm willing to do, though. We have to grill yak burgers? Oh, trust me, we've butchered plenty of yaks. Thinking if we do that, do like a pool here. Oopsies. Could do a pool here. Then maybe a smaller pool here, which could leak in. We'll let those start filling. And then I could do basically like a little river that connects to here, one that connects to here, and it just kind of goes around this way, meaning anything that attacks me will have to walk in here, walk this way, and then walk in. So they'll have to basically go around this because I'll have a little moat going this way, a little moat going this way. And maybe I should also connect it to this and go around the edge of the outside of this. So like basically something like that, maybe? Or perhaps because I'm doing this, I should move you to like a, there, maybe up here, maybe? Oopsies. So it's like here, there. So it starts here, bubbles up, goes over to here, goes over to here, goes over to here, and then travels along here, and then over to here. Except maybe I'll make this slightly smaller. Oh, I see why I screwed up, why that looked wrong. Or maybe we could do this sort of like this. Could go to right about there. And let it flow down that way. I think that's going to look pretty sick. And then on the outside of this, Running out of green glass. So maybe I'll use something other than green glass for the roof. Like potentially maybe do green. Oh, well, there's no way up now. No Mold wants you to post beers, chat. You can post beers. Emergency floodgates? Pfft, that's for cowards. I mean, probably smart, but also, pfft, that's for cowards. You right here are gonna get filled in. I need bridges. Yeah, we'll just put an emergency floodgate right there. It'll be fine. I will throw another lever right here. I think what I'll do for the yak chat, I think I'll just put a bunch of statues around of the god. Just so you know it's clear as to what this is a monument for. I think that's the way we should do this, personally. Okay, so you go all the way up, all the way up, all the way up to there. That can't be blocked just yet. Yeah, no, can't be blocked just yet. Then I'll go into here, I'll do this. This is just one of the biggest structures to something ridiculous that I've ever made in this game. I know that might be surprising to a few of you, but I do actually think this may be one of the biggest, most ridiculous structures I've ever made. Just because of like the fact that it's for such a specific, arbitrary theme. But hopefully it also works for defense. Calling the yak god arbitrary? I mean, usually when I make a defensive structure, like I think the last time I made, okay, so one of the last forts I did before premium had a series of very large towers that were made of glass that were sitting in a lake of lava. And around the bases of these towers were pumps that would pump lava into the towers, up to the top of them to spill over the sides. And those towers were basically like the fortress's sole format of defense. Because anything that walked into the fortress, I could just flip a switch and it would basically just create like a dozen lava waterfalls that would completely douse anybody who was stupid enough to try to enter the fortress. What do I have a lot of for blocks? Bunch of shale. We'll use shale. That's flooring. I want walls. problem is, how do I get... I'll just put a floor right there. Let's do stones. Stones and stones. Although, actually, I just realized I've screwed something up. Let's deconstruct 2 of these and 2 of these. Because I need a way for these to fill. Okay, so that's done. It's just this one up here. Some ads are going to start in 24 seconds. My God, time flies when you're having fun, hey? I feel like I've been in an ad break for half of the stream at this point. A little bit of vomit up there, but it's fine. I was about to say, did a dwarf just cancel a wall because there was a sock in the way? No, they didn't cancel it, but they could have. They did move the sock out of the way, though. Just gonna wait and let them finish all the constructions. Then I will pause and designate more stuff. Game's paused. Just gonna go up a level. Shale. 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 The holy sock? Well, they probably dropped it because it was holy. If I had to bet. Like, that's a pretty base level assumption. Doesn't take a rocket scientist to assume that, oh, you know, it was probably full of holes. Let's go mudstone, mudstone, mudstone. I actually quite like mudstone. I don't know why. Like, it sounds like it would be a really ugly stone to stare at, but I quite like it. That one's done. This one's getting there. So now what I need is I need this, 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 and this. Then you go there. Although let's actually widen this. You go to there. And before somebody asks, yes, absolutely, the goblins could just build over this. But that's part of the fun now, isn't it? That is part of the fun. So now you go here. So now the question. Here's a question, chat. Do you guys want me? Do you think it would look better if I put walls on the inside of all of these little trenches? Or should we just ignore it and just not worry about it too much? What do you think? Because I could. I don't have to, but I could. I could put a wall on the inside, actually. Why don't I put a wall on the inside? We'll leave it just a trench for these connecting portions of it. And then I will build a wall on the inside of it. And you go here. You go here. You go here. Let's go through here and unforbid all of the forbidden wall pieces, because there's a lot of them. That's going to be the fort. We are very close to finishing this construction, right as more more giant vultures are attacking. While we're waiting for this, I will mention one more time. I do have a daily minimum, which helps me make minimum wage. I think this is probably the last time I will mention this stream. But I'm currently 1/3 of the way there. So if you happen to have a Prime subscription or some bits on your account, and you like this channel to remain as sponsor-free as possible, perhaps you'll consider supporting it with a Prime subscription. Or finances in another format. We'll see you when you get back, DS. Regardless, though, I just want to say a real quick thanks to those of you who are able to have a hat next to your name with a skull attached to it, because you are one of the ones who keeps this channel funded. And I greatly appreciate that. Seeing dwarves running away from giant buzzards. We gotta get this done sooner than later. We're starting to get attacked by the wildlife. We're probably gonna get inundated with agitated birds for a while once this is completed. Currently it's just a few of them, but it's enough. Whoop. I have this feeling one of my dwarves got yeeted into the lava. Is there a pick down here? Yes. Well, we lost Katten. Can I get around to F's and also beers for our lives chucking out a gift? And thank you, just some Melanix. Melanix? My links? Just some me links. I think just some links. Just some links. Yeah, I'm completely overthinking that name. Thank you very much for the brand new subscription. Cheers to Kenton. And also for the gift our lives. Your name just like made me think way too hard. Which is all good. Appreciate it. I'm waiting to get attacked again. I'm fully expecting an invasion to put like a wrench in my progress here for a while, but they haven't done it. haven't done it. The jeweler withdraws from society. Lytast. Begins an artifact. Umbral has immediately begun a mysterious construction. It's probably going to be a perfect gem of sorts. You're almost done. You're almost done. You're getting done. You down to here. This needs to be finished. That needs a piece right there. You're good. You need a piece. You need a piece. You need a piece. And you need a piece. The beauty of this is I could also just like turn the whole thing off. If for some reason I catch myself needing to change something or fix something. And it will drain itself. Okay, so this is all getting done. You know what? I kind of like the way this looks. I don't think I'm going to add the extra block onto the bottom. I don't think it needs it. I really should just make this a kind of off-limits zone, so I think I'm actually going to do that. Hey, dwarves, maybe, like, don't path this way, because it's kind of dumb to go down here. Like, unless you need it. Okay, so that's good. This is good. This is good. Oops. You know, actually, yeah, let's just get rid of you. And we'll keep you. Do that, do that. Do that, do that. Lytast Umbral Alderman the jeweler has created Lanny Rob. That Phil Kosh. A perfect wood opal, and offers it to the Seed of Creation. Beautiful little artifact. It's likely not all that interesting, but we'll take a peek. This is a perfect wood opal. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. Of course, it is encrusted with oval woodcut cabochons. So now the other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to make a primary route in and out of the fort. Which is just going to be that. That miner's baby clone doll. Miner's baby. I mean, like this miner's baby. Which miner's baby? There's several. Several miners have had babies recently too. Need to get rid of this. That's going to be moving pretty soon. That was a temple, believe it or not. What's with the walled-in skeletons? This was a goblin who killed, like, I think 5 of my dwarves. And so I wanted to preserve the memory of their corpse by building a little tomb around it. That's environmental storytelling is what that is. Okay. This clone doll, the child of Megalodon, sibling of Necrontyr, and child of Batome, is interested after watching performance, is always tense and jittery. and acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. Rarely feels discouraged, is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and could be considered rude. He enjoys the company of others and can handle stress. He has a greedy streak and generally is quite confident of his abilities when undertaking specific ventures. He is very humble and generally acts impartially. He's rarely moved to mercy and needs alcohol to get through the working day and really wants a drink. Mom, you should give him a drink. He values eloquence and doesn't care about art one way or another. Can do cut here. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, likes microcline, lead, black zircon, jaguar leather, giant ibex hoof, and the sound of the silver of control and the sight of the massive bud. When possible, prefers to consume cranberry wine and string beans and onions, and absolutely hates leeches. It's very long. His very long beard is braided. Sure. 0 years old. Doesn't really have much of a beard, but it will be braided. Welcome to the fort. Clone doll. And Cut here wants me to quick save. How is it powered? I'll show it once it all turns on, because we're very close to that. Skeletons for ambience. Yeah, it's an aesthetic choice, Dadrick. Is really what it is. Because you're not a dwarf, Kitagurin. But it's okay for you to drink. It's just not okay for you to drink constantly, you know? So the way I'm going to do this is I'm going to go do a lap. You're complete. You're complete. You're complete. You're complete. You're not quite complete. Let's finish that. This is all complete. That's complete. This ain't quite complete, but that's fine. So I'm just going to keep doing this. And then you, down here, this is the pump stack, which is connected to these gear mechanisms, which go all the way down to here. This gear mechanism is currently disengaged because it's connected to a lever which has been pulled. This one right here is also disengaged, which is connected to the same system, which all goes to here and then back up to all of these water wheels. Currently, this is just powering over here, which is filling this reservoir. This reservoir is coming from the lava sea, which goes, oops. This reservoir goes all the way down to the magma sea, which is all the way down here in the lava sea. It goes all the way I turned into Crazy Frog for a second there. How you doing, Laya? Speaking of frogs. This is connected to here, which goes all the way around in here into this reservoir, which then goes down to here, which then fills up this. This pump stack right here fills this. This reservoir is going to then spill over into here. Which is going to hit this. And then this is what's going to fill the river. So what I need to do right now is I need to close this. The magma sea is infinite. It's like any other water source connected to the edge of the map or liquid source. It'll just infinitely refill. So that's now shut. And while this still goes up to here, that's fine. Now what I can do is I can turn on this pump stack, which is going to probably be quite sudden. So if you like lava, maybe post some lava in the chat. Daggett, the cranky, got to do the honor of pulling that lever. Which is now going to do this. Because it had a lot of time to power up and build up a lot of pressure. Which is now flooding into here. Pretty quickly. Caravan has arrived. That's okay. Oh, that looks pretty cool. And the other Dwarven caravan has also arrived, which is also pretty cool. So that gets to fill. At least, you know, they're here to witness the glory of this fortress. Obviously. Why else would they be here? No. Elves are actually quite brave, Kadon, because they will attack anybody who chops down a tree. And honestly, I think that requires a huge amount of bravery. No. The cowards are humans and kobolds who try to pretend to be friends with you and then attack you anyways. Yes, cave adaptation is the reason for the puke. So this is filling and filling. So now I just need to wait for this to be mostly filled. That looks so fucking cool, man. And for those of you who want to see this in ASCII, that's it in ASCII, currently. Although my favorite layer in ASCII is probably this one. Because it's got like that spiral pattern. It kind of is a stomach, isn't it? It's like some sort of digestive tract. Let's actually just sit here. Just watch. Bionicle logo? You know, I owned a bunch of Bionicles when I was a little kid and stopped thinking about them by the time I turned 11. It's like G.I. Joe, I guess, for a lot of people. So I would never think of that. It's based on dragon biology? Well, sure. You know what this kind of looks like a piranha plant to me. Like with 2 feet. Or like the eyeball monster that's in the trash bin in Star Wars Episode 4. There is way too many, way too detailed, long videos talking about how bullshit the lore is for that. Like for Bionicle. Okay, so it's actually bubbling over up here, which I think is quite funny. But we'll just let this keep filling. Actually, how much power is this taking right now? Yeah, I could actually just turn all of them on. Bionicle lore is awesome? Sure. Sure. What is the clearest one at this level? I accidentally hit one of these and now I can't remember what I had it on previously. Yeah, okay, so nearest neighbor always looks a little weird when you zoom out a lot. A migrant has arrived because there was only one space.
This is madness! Madness. This is stoned hobo. This is hobo. This is hobo.
Yeet. How are you doing, hobo? You're here just in time. Maybe not for the big finale, but for the completion of a mega project at the very least. I never played it. I remember seeing like advertisements in the Lego magazine for Bionicle. The only magazine I ever subscribed to when I was younger was the Lego magazine. And I remember seeing ads for those. I have this vague memory of watching a friend play a Bionicle video game. I mean, this is, well, I mean, obviously, Dwarf Fortress is a 100% science-based dragon MMO. I think that was the meme Kickstarter. No, a hobo is never late, hobo, and nor is he ever early. He is right where he was when you last saw him. Hasn't moved much. Still in the cardboard box. Bionicle lore is cool, especially if you knew the story of their creator. I mean, sure. Sure. I will say that the era of Lego video games that we are in now are better, in my opinion, as video games. I think more like, to me, Bionicle is cool purely because of what it did for Bionicle. This really does look like a piranha plant climbing. Like, from Smash, you know? The little leaf feet. That is just what this looks like to me. Still got 2 more levels up here to fill up. So let's let that run a little bit. First gen Bionicle toy. You know, I don't even know what the later gen ones were. I did have a couple of the early Bionicle toys. I couldn't tell you which ones. I had one of the guys that rolls up, the evil guys. I had a red one. I want to say I had a gray-ish one. And then for like the figures, I had one of the red ones. And I had one with a gold helmet. And I had a green one. And I think that was it. I may have ended up with some other ones or some pieces or something. Okay, so suddenly my frame rate dropped. Am I spilling lava somewhere it's not supposed to be spilling? Uh-oh. These are supposed to be forbidden. That's not going to do it, though. Maybe it's the cold surface. Something is causing some frame rate lag, though. Oh, I know what it is. Kias are fighting. I guarantee you it's the Kias. Yeah, that's what it is. Kia's trying to get into the fort, and Mark's dwarves stabbing him to death. By stabbing, I mean shooting with bolts, mostly. Okay, so I'll say this. The first LEGO Racers, I seem to recall being bad. The second LEGO Racers, I want to say was better. The first LEGO Island was bad. I'm just gonna say that. The very first LEGO Island game was pretty not good. You couldn't leave the roads, man. You could only walk on the designated pathways. Like, it looked cool, but my God, that game was awful. Like, I remember thinking, like, I remember being a little kid, hanging out with my little kid friends, talking about that game, and then playing it and just kind of, like, unanimously agreeing, you know, this game isn't very good. Nope, not in the slightest. I do remember a LEGO Technic stunt car game which was on the LEGO website. That was interesting. I did quite enjoy that thing. So this is now finally filling up to where it needs to be. I'm waiting to just see a dwarf fall into the lava pit while I'm sitting here. Like, it's gonna happen. In fact, the fact that it hasn't happened yet is kind of a shock. You had a LEGO pirate ship? Oh, you lucky. This is 2 days in a row that we've sat here and talked about LEGO and LEGO-related video games. The fact that Dwarf Fortress doesn't have a LEGO overhaul map mod yet is disgusting. Like, we need to make that happen. I mean, we don't, but what if we did? And the fact that LEGO City Undercover hasn't come up yet, to me, just says that we're all old. Like, we're talking about fucking Bionicle and shit. And, like, the old LEGO web games. Probably never. Ham of Doom. I've actually streamed building LEGO kits before. I usually would do it as, like, an excuse to write off the LEGO kits. I did it a couple times. I built, like, an Eiffel Tower. I built British Parliament, like the little architect series. I built a train. I built the Apollo rocket. And I did like 1 or 2 a year for a couple of years. And then I realized that I can't be asked to dust them. And I just kind of made the executive decision that I wouldn't buy them anymore because I didn't want to resell them. I didn't care about the kits that I had enough. It was just taking up space and causing clutter, and they were a pain in the ass to keep clean. And now I just... It's not tax evasion, it's a legitimate tax deduction. It's like if I buy a webcam, that's a business deduction. Tax evasion would be sending my finances to a country that doesn't tax me for income tax and making a bank account and getting a work visa there. That would be tax evasion, which I don't do that. Anyways, yeah, it just takes up too much space. And I don't like dusting them. LEGO Racers 2 was the shit. I did, in fact, play that. No, I'm taking advantage of my business owner's rights in Canada and filing my taxes accordingly. Just waiting for this all to be 7 of 7, which it's almost there. And behind the scenes here, I'm just going to go pause game. Just make this look a little nicer. Okay. I have no idea how those bolts got there, but that's a little annoying. I'm better at Dwarf Fortress than you? That's not a fair contest, man. I mean, playing this game is more or less my job. Kind of no hyperbole. So it would be bad if I wasn't kind of silly good at this game. Keto Guru Ren, thank you very much for that upgrade from Prime sub to normal sub. Appreciate you. John Dwarf Fortress? No, more like Greg Dwarf Fortress. Tarn Adams is John Dwarf Fortress. And thanks for the follows, by the way. I do see those. I just don't have a notification for them. And chat, can I get a couple beers for Keton, keeping that, or for moving that sub to a tier 1. Means a lot. I really do appreciate it. Okay, so once this is full, we'll quick save. Kind of letting it do its full thing. Because it's damn close. It's got a few more things over here that just got to get to 7. And then it'll stop pumping. It's almost there, chat. It's so freaking close. Here comes all the 7s. It's done. Look at that. Now it's full. So now what I need to do is I gotta go to here. And it's time to pull the final lever. Where's the lava being moved to? I'll show you. I need another big round of lava. I'm just gonna grab a screenshot of this real quick. And actually probably do a hard save. Just gonna post on Discord for people who are interested. Because I'll bet you there's at least one person who's gonna be like, ooh, I would like to see that. Okay. Let's do this. You lava to see it sticks. So the lava is going to bubble into this right over there at the top right. And you can kind of already see it because it started down in the bottom. But I will pause the game when this save ends and I will show you. Okay, pause. So what this is, this pump stack right here is connected to this river, which is connected to this central lava flow. The central lava flow is pumping in right here from over here, which is coming from a reservoir, which is coming from the lava sea. But this flows along here down into here, which then pumps lava all the way up into here. Right here. And once it hits the top, it floods into this little room right here, which, I don't know. That's then going to fill up this space pretty quickly, mind you, which is then going to fill up this little tunnel, which hopefully nobody's in. Got a big hitch. Have I screwed this up? Yeah, no, not really. It's just not filling all that fast. That's fine. For a second there, I was worried it wasn't working, but nope, it is. It's just filling up this little tube first. Because of course it is. Then it, whoop, snatchers protect the children. Interesting. Run away. Another snatcher. They just get shot, they get bolts shot at them and they run away. So the lava then pours down into here, which is going to take a little bit because, like I said, it's got to fill up this reservoir up here on the surface first, which I should keep on working on, one piece at a time. Because up here is almost complete. Let's just let the lava run in the background. Shush, there's so many thieves. Oh, that next siege is gonna be big. And there is a ambush happening. So, Tarn explained recently why goblins show up naked. They have, like, an allowance of points similar to when you embark for the amount of weapons they can bring. And they have the option of either spending those points on weapons or armor, or weapons and armor, and they tend to be like the glass cannon, like 80 carry player in a MOBA, where instead of like having a good build, they just bring the best weapon they can and try to one-shot people, and usually just get turned into paste. So my Mark's Dwarves are operating as they should. Unfortunately, Stinthad, the administrator, is the first of probably many dwarves to relieve themselves of their duty willingly and joining our god. Anyways, that's unfortunate. The siege ended quite quickly, though. Well, that was awkward. Uh-oh. I'm just going to tell the dwarves to station up here. Where's this next siege? Or ambush portion? Over here. Look at that goblin with a great sword. You overachieving son of a... Uh-oh. Let's go tasks. Bastet, thanks for the raid. Let's just pause all of this, and then I'll turn on the burrow. That's a little awkward. Thankfully, the goblin is booking it. And now, over here, this is what this whole machine was designed to do. From the get-go. So essentially, lava tries to level out. It tries to get to the highest point that it's been at. So, this is the highest point right now. And it pumps, goes down here, then over to here. So this right here wants to be at layer 41, but is being pumped onto layer 37. Meaning now, it'll go in a circle and fill up the entirety of our moat. Like training stationing, by the way, will they stay there? But they will cancel if they start getting hungry, right? Like if it starts having negative effects on them, they will cancel the task, yes. And obviously this will overflow a little bit. Which means I may actually need to fix this. I'm going to... Is this for forges? No, I already have forges. No, this is for vanity. I kind of was worried this would happen. Yeah, it's getting a little... I need to build a little wall across the front here. And a little topper. But that's about it. It's cleansing the land so that the holy hooves may walk upon them. Sure. So aside from the slight overzealousness of this, that's it's working pretty well. I think I can also probably turn this side off. Did I make an accidental volcano? Well, no, actually, I would say I made an intentional volcano. And also, I would say that all I really need is just a wall across the side here. This will actually eventually equilibrium, because I'm no longer putting more lava into the reservoir. So it does have a limited amount of lava. So it will eventually, if I just let this run, even itself out. There go the traders. What a time to be a dwarf. Our lives, thanks for chucking us up at Bastet. That would bring Bastet up to 72 months. Appreciate you. And thank you for helping keep that subscription going for Bastet. It does already seem like it's hitting equilibrium a little bit. I mean, it's still bubbling over here. But it probably won't take too long to equalize. I mean, it already kind of is. Look at this. Look at that. That's pretty cool, if you ask me. I mean, it's also kind of spicy, but... I'm going to lock these doors. I'm going to pull the lever for this gate. I'm going to close the front door for a bit. Because I want to see what happens to these goblins. And also, let's see how far they fly. What are you watching? I'm filling a moat very overzealously. Oh, I should also just turn this off. The very overzealous flooding of a moat. Cool. And for the ASCII lovers, it's that, which, yeah, it'll clear itself up. This, of course, and this. A little further down, that. Cheers, our lives. Thanks a ton. Appreciate you, mate. A little bit of seepage. It is evening itself out. So because I was actively filling the bottom reservoir, it was getting more lava than it needed and was causing a little bit of flooding. But when I turned that pump off, it almost immediately is starting to even itself out. And because it will eventually make its way all the way around and then refill this on this side, actually, now that the gate's shut and the traders have left, I'm going to turn this back on. We're going to get overflowing again. But the reason I'm going to do that is it'll allow it to get all the way around. And then once it's all the way around and spilling in, I'm going to turn this second one off, and then it'll eventually sort itself out as it is right now. So this one turns on, which will happen momentarily. There it goes. So this one turning on will cause this to overflow again, right here. Yeah, by a lot, because there's way more lava coming in than it needs. But turning that pump off will allow it to eventually just become, hopefully, unless I've done something severely wrong, even out so that there's enough lava flowing in that it keeps the little river up. There's lava all the way around, and it doesn't do this. But this is also kind of funny. The way over the moat will be around this side and then in this way. Or, like, go here and jump. The world is your oyster at that point. But that's full. It's filling along here pretty quick. And dumping back down in here. Helping keep this river full so that there's tons of lava for it to pump. Oh, man. This would be pumping so much quicker if I wasn't an idiot and remembered to get rid of this. Well, shit. I'm a dumbass. Oh well. Oh well. Your Obsidian casting adventures kind of looked cool, or kind of familiar. I really wish I liked the look of Obsidian in this version, but I really don't. So I kind of don't mess with it too much. It just kind of looks like assets are missing to me. Man, all of this is overflowing. But we'll let that run for a little bit. Let's go back down into here. I'm just going to build out the Queen's space. That can go away because those look ugly. Those are not the types of windows I wanted. Queen's housing is just like full of spider webs. Checks out, honestly. And then I'm just going to go over to here and go, not gem windows, let's just do glass windows. That's the flow regulator. It's required per spec. I mean, there's no flow, so I guess that's regulating it. But it should still be able to function, so there shouldn't be an issue. Okay, I should be able to turn this off again. Let it clear up a bit. Okay, you're now off. So this can then even out once more. That's a lot of lava. A lot of extra flow on that. Lord Almighty, have mercy on us. Please forgive our greed. Hell yeah. Abatsun Ungin. I mean, who needs to embark with a volcano when you can build a volcano? I mean, building the volcano is the fun part. I do hope that this will have enough to be able to actually meet an equilibrium. I mean, it's still moving up on this side. It's feeling a little bit slowly, but... So the idea is, like, no new lava is coming into the system. So it is a closed loop system, right? It is, in fact, a closed loop system, so... I feel so stupid that I forgot to get rid of that wall. Is why Dwarf Fortress is great. Yeah, no, absolutely. Although, what could possibly go wrong? Nope, nope, not that side. Wrong side. What could possibly go wrong? Remember, chat, if you say what could possibly go wrong enough times in a row, nothing will go wrong. Remember, nothing can go wrong if you don't consider it something that is... I don't know where I'm going with this. Kids, this is definitely a Dwarven kids science project, yeah. There we go. Also, kind of want to get rid of this, but that would do some damage to this. There we go. That's actually speeding this up a bit. That actually is doing a noticeable difference. Sweet. Okay, let's fix this before it becomes hell incarnate. Actually, another thing I could do to speed this up is I could dig through this as well. Actually, before I do that, let's just dig through you. And then we'll dig through you. It's certainly the pumpening. Could have also dug through that, but well. No! Urist! That wasn't the brightest move, but I'm still going to go, Urist! Why you gotta do this to me? Come on. I can't use this one because then they'll build it on the wrong side. It's always Urist's fault. Mm-hmm. Problem solved. And there she goes. I'll be right back, chat. 2 seconds. And now, we are just about done from the looks. Lava's all the way, not quite up to 7. I'm a little bit worried it's going to drain faster than it fills. That is the biggest worry here, but I would call that, aside from this mess, a success. I would call that a success. Now, vomit aside, I think it looks kind of awesome. Is this a freezing desert? Yep, that is absolutely what it is. know I need something red. Slate's kind of red-ish. Copper will do. Let's use copper. And this can get deconstructed. Now we just need to wait for all of this to even out. Well, I mean, it is the middle of winter and the river is frozen. So it is freezing. So that's all the way up to 3. This is like barely draining, which is what we want to see. I mean, it's less of a spill and more of an intentional placing of, right? Like if I put it here on purpose, is it really a spill? It's more like a river. Don't jump in the... I mean, don't jump in the shit either. So many 6s. And 7s and 3s and 4s and 2s and 1s. Never become a plumber? Well, okay, maybe never become an indoor plumber. It's fine if it's outdoor. I'm just watering the flowers. Although, find me a plumber who plumbs lava. It's okay, though. I can't drive. And those tools are heavy, so... being a plumber for me would actually be quite difficult. Mario pumps lava? Yeah, I guess so. That's more of a Bowser thing, though. I would think of that as more of a Bowser thing. Where else do you think fire flowers come from? Fire seeds, obviously. A steam fitter? I don't know what that is. Also, hey, Jetpack Tuxedo, it's good to see you, mate. I think my theory of this will eventually reach stability is accurate. Uh-oh. Did my population just go down by 1? Or was I at 220 for a while? Some dwarf found love. I mean, I believe in a thing called lava. Is for real in this fort. We'll find out in a week. Yeah. Also just going to queue up a few slabs. Doesn't matter what kind of rock they are, as long as they're all the same. This is interesting. This is starting to bubble over again. It had almost stopped. Interesting. What is love? Baby, don't burn me, I think is what you should be saying. I do wonder... Okay, so now the other thing I can do is I could turn off the other pump and then turn it back on. So I'm going to shut off this switch, which will turn off these pumps. Basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to let these turn off right here. Should happen right abort. Right about now. And then over here, this should level out. So once this no longer says 1, I'll turn it back on. Are related but different? Well, I mean, it's different forms of piping, right? Different specializations within a similar field, I would assume. Or I could just ask my cousin. I don't know. He's a plumber. I'm sure there's like a plumbing subreddit that would tell you real quick. Frog fryer? This is what I want to see. I want to see this level out. The other thing I could do is I could build a wall across the front of this and a roof on top of it. So it has a little bit more of a containment spot, which might actually be the smarter way to do this. What do you guys think? Hope it levels out or build a little containment chamber? What do you think, chat? Lava in a glass dome. Oh, true. Yeah, I could top her off with glass. I guess nobody else died. Must have just been Stinthad. Pop. Cost 2x the plumbers? Oh, so nobody wants to do it, and so thus it's a limited market. Or a limited supply of people who know how to do it. Okay, so I need to more or less just build a little. Actually, let's just do it this way. Okay, we'll do that. Then I'll do one there and one there once those are done. And I can also put 2 ramps back there and then put a little bit of glass on this side. It's more than double what the plumber plays. I mean, certainly. I mean, it sounds like it's probably one of those jobs where it's, you know, you're actively in danger, which is, turns out that's how you get paid a lot. It's by doing something that is, quote, dangerous, I guess. This isn't even starting to drain yet. So it's literally just filling this river right now from that reservoir. That's kind of bananas, actually. That is kind of bananas. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Get rid of you. Green glass. Green glass. Walls. Then it's just a matter of filling that up, and then we can turn the thing back on and see how it does. Gas tight is harder to get than water tight? No, that makes sense, yeah. I mean, air is, like, if a tiny little bit of water gets out, oh well. Eventually you just get water damage. If gas is getting out, then building explodes randomly. Once again, danger. Gas blow up, water done. Which honestly I think is like enough of a reason for it to be more cost more. I still don't even have enough bedrooms for this fort. Just in case you didn't know, chat. I don't actually have bedrooms for this fort just yet. I'm also, just real quick, going to do something. I'm going to make a pit pond here and set it as a... Well, currently it's set as a pit. Let's sacrifice something. This void zombie. Oops, wrong screen. This is a criminal who tried to steal our stuff. I just need to unforbid their cage. So what do you think? Do they deserve this? Are they getting what comes to them? I think they do. I think this human deserves a fitting end to their unlife. Being slowly walked to the top of the tower, feeling nothing. All the way to the top. And down they go. The first of many. It is a little weird how long it takes for them to disappear, but... Sorry, you zoned out? Oh, it's time for the second sacrifice, so if you missed the first one, here goes the second one. This is the zombie kobold. This zombie kobold also tried to steal our stuff. Using a pit pond. Well, that's as far down as it goes. Jetpack. I didn't want to go through an underground lake and 2 aquifers. I went through 1 aquifer and that was enough. Project Zombold. Yes, is what's happening now. There goes round 2. Also tried to steal our stuff. Is a criminal. Worked for unsightly individuals. Tried to steal our great works of art. And thus, their life ends inside of one of our great works of art. I personally think that is very fitting. The giant pond turtle? Yeah, from the fixed bug. Okay, now the last thing I gotta do over here is just put 1 more. Oh, nope, that's green glass. So this is now a little green glass structure. Values commerce, steals shit. Well, I mean, how else are you going to acquire things for commerce? I mean, checks out as far as I'm concerned. So we're just waiting for a dwarf to plug that, and then I can turn this thing back on and we'll see what it does. Say hi to the yak. Are we ready to sacrifice the yak? I think I want the surface to be cleared first. It's either that or the queen. Uh-oh. Forgotten Beast AFI has come. A great pig with external ribs. It has 4 long spiral horns and wrote a couple top 40 hits at one point, and a bloated body. Its pink hair is unkept. That checks out. Beware its fire. I mean, it's spitting rhymes. It's AFI. The scrape of bone. That's pretty rad looking. Shit. Did I not? Okay, Stint that didn't get memorialized because I was out of slabs. Okay, let's turn this sucker back on. Wait. Turning the right one on, right? Yes. Let's see if it still overflows. It probably will, but we'll see. So this is now bubbling. Let me watch this. Are you going to overflow again? It might when it hits sevens. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, okay. So what I need to do... maybe not. Just a little bit. No, okay, it's gonna overflow. So what I need to do is I need this to be the same height as this. That's what I need to do. If I don't want that to overflow. But even then, it'll still overflow. Or... What I could do is I could build a little aqueduct that goes across and then dumps straight down. So the additional lava just flows straight into the pit. How's abort that as an ID? I think that would be pretty schmexy, frankly. Because then on this level right here, we just have a little flow. We'll just kind of go across. And that's pretty easy to do. Doesn't need to go that much higher either. So what I could do is I could do like a one of these. green glass and a green glass. And then I could do some ramps. And we'll get rid of these two pieces here. And then I can do some green glass and some green glass on either side here. Actually, I could just go from the lower level up to there. And then just build floors to over there. And the excess would just flow straight in. I think that'd be pretty cool. I think that's where I think that's it, chat. I think that's the solution. It shouldn't take too long for the dwarves to get to it. In fact, they're on their way already. What do you guys think of this solution? Wait, something just died. What was it? Okay, I'm gonna sacrifice a were creature who threatened the existence of our fort. While they work on that. Over here, they can deconstruct this and that. We'll just pause that. And you, over here, can do this. Got that already. That and that. Although, I really want it to actually be here. Let's pause this. And do these two as well. You're dying to get a nap? You have a good nap. Snooze good, man. And then if anything tries to climb on top of it and just go over here, my dwarves can just fucking fire bolts at it and kill it. I'm sorry, did I just see a... I'm very confused about how that just happened. Okay, so I think what happened... Here's my theory. That dwarf was walking here, right? Thought there was still a floor there and their pathing hadn't updated and just went, wee! I assume that's what just happened? Because that's what it looked like. I mean, hold up. They're just that ashamed that they worship the wrong god. That's the only logical reason that I could think of. Round of Fs for Solon the Glassmaker. Farewell, dwarf. I think that Foth was already thrown in, so. Seto wants to live here? No. I'm going to say no. And I'm going to go back over to this. We're just going to memorialize that dwarf. And then I'm going to go up to here. Just go mudstone. Nani? Okay, hold on. I'm just going to stop those from being constructed, because I think those are the culprits at the moment. Same with you. You know, this might be the most acts of accidental suicide that I've seen in a fortress since the premium version released. Like, truly, I'm kind of bewildered. I could not tell you the last time I saw this many dwarves just, like, die for reasons. Like, between the elves just, like, throwing themselves into the lava or into the pit earlier and dying, and now these ones just, like, throwing themselves into this hole. I'm just perplexed. I'm about to get hit by a beam of sunshine, so I'm just gonna go fly. So that my lighting doesn't get fucked up. I wasn't enjoying the sun, but it's that time of day now. For me, it's dwarves trying to pass through the water and getting sucked into the river. Waterfalls are really dangerous like that, yeah. Waterfalls can be extremely dangerous, which is why you should always tell your dwarves to don't go chasing waterfalls. This is gonna look super cool, I hope. So this will be like the overflow meter, essentially. When the river overflows, it'll just go that way. Then hopefully I can just turn everything up to the max and just let shit go fucking wild. That is the plan. I'm just waiting for the lava to all go away and be functioning in equilibrium. Once it's in equilibrium, that's what I'm going to do. Give me yes. Let's turn on Stone Sense, see what it looks like. I mean, we've got two things. I kind of didn't mention it while I was building this, but my idea of this structure is this is a volcano, because it's got like the darker color top and then the red tip. Like this is literally me building a small, actual little artificial volcano. This is, I mean, just like kind of a spout. There's Solon. So that's my hope, is that it looks like a volcano when it's done. And Momu's. Vadtech!
Grenades.
Dude, you should have been here yesterday. We streamed Menace all day. That game has lots of explosions. Howdy. How you doing, Vad? Chuck, can I get a round of beers for 61 months? From a friend of the channel. Lovely individual, explosions enthusiast, 12-year-old child at heart, due to being an explosions enthusiast. Vadtech. Appreciate you. Thanks for the ongoing support. Did I see a bunch of dwarves go running inside? No, I don't think so. So there used to be a lot more problems with dwarves like randomly walking through areas and it like falling. A good example of this is pre-Steam version. If a dwarf was standing on a tile and another dwarf was deconstructing the tile that dwarf was standing on, the dwarf would just deconstruct the tile and the dwarf that was standing there would fall. 100% of the time. Now it actually cancels the task so they don't just random fall. Like they have a little bit of sense of like self-preservation in that way. And I do think that that's kind of a big deal. Now, however, I've just discovered a new, or maybe not a new one, but another way that can happen, which is, you know, if they don't realize a wall is no longer floor. Which kind of makes a bit of sense, I guess. I guess. I mean, gravity is in fact pretty strict about its rules. Speaking of gravity, I love the fact that if Planet 9 isn't real, we have to rewrite the laws of gravity. I was doing a little bit of reading about this last weekend, and it kind of blows my mind a bit. Like, if there is no Planet 9, then we're wrong about gravity. Which is, you know, a sentence. Gravity's big. Exactly, yes. Okay, that can be turned back on. Some of these dwarves are moving mighty slow. You must have been here for a while, considering... Yeah, 82? Up to 88? Due to running around with a crutch? Good on you, dwarf. How you been, though, Thad? It's good to see you, man. You're in the camp, and there's baseball-sized black hole out there, which is... Oh, you're in the camp that there's a baseball-sized black hole out there, which is why we can't find it. They did find a pixel on an old, like, photo taken by a telescope relatively recently that mathematically could be it. But they're not certain. Disco Morn. Morn? Disco Morn. What's the joke? I used to know somebody who had a username Disco and would always change it to something else related to discos. The last time I saw them, they were Disco Pug. Not quite. It just means that there's something else other than a planet causing disturbances. Unless there's nothing out there causing disturbances, then gravity's wrong. He never acts without prolonged deliberation, even to his own detriment and the harm of those around him. But yes, it is probably likely that we don't need to rewrite the laws of gravity. I just love that as like a statement. I just think it's fun. He is often sad and dejected, and he likes to present himself boldly, even if it would offend the average sense of modesty. And he occasionally overindulges and likes a little excitement now and then. He tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things and can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings. Where is it? I've lost my spot. It's never aliens until it's aliens. I mean, it's like carrots. Why is it always carrots? I never even eat carrots. He tends to only form tenuous emotional bonds with others and has a sense of duty. He finds this can conflict with his sense of independence. He has a greedy streak, and he tends to not be particularly interested in what others think of him and can handle stress. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors, but only grumbles mildly at bad weather. Dreams of creating a great work of art and personally believes that freedom and independence are completely non-negotiable and would fight to defend them. And he thinks that... He thinks it is of the utmost importance to present a bold face and never grouse or complain or even show emotion. He doesn't see cooperation as valuable and doesn't think one way or another about leisure time. Anyway, as far as gravitational disturbances in space causing, like, our solar system to warp goes, there's a your mom joke in there somewhere. One of these days I'll think of one. He likes phthalate and nickel and black pyrope, as well as giant honey badger leather. The color, mahogany, bolts, rabbits, for their ears, and slothmen for their slow movement. The words of the lavender wisp and the sight of the silky skirts seem impossible. He prefers to consume Judgment of Uluknash, rainbow trout, and 2 grain wheat beer. And absolutely, it's blood gnats. Prefers to consume Judgment of Eluknash. You guys could look up Judgment of ESLULCISH in Legends if you want to know what the fuck that is. His hair is wavy and he has a long beard. He worships Anam Azmul Od. He's a member of the Tin Welfs, and he's killed a giant vulture in Sunspire. Something like that, yeah. Keto. Someone's really taking their time with that one. Maybe not quite yet, just suspend that. Whoops. Let's just go to you. Do a green glass wall. And put some slabs into here because I think that's fitting. I'm sorry, what is alien head syndrome? Excuse me? I mean, obviously it makes you shoot a little mouth out of your mouth to eat people's faces, right? Also, hey, Kong King, the original, in YouTube chat. It's good to see you. Thanks for swinging by. Surviving, recently re-diagnosed with some new health issues. Hopefully nothing, like, too catastrophic, but I've been there. I'm sure many members of chat have. Okay, so I'm just going to build this out to the end here. Get it roofed to the end. And then it'll just simply be a matter of turning the fucking thing back on and seeing what happens. I mean, it's working right now as it sits. But hopefully this helps. Okay, that can just be forbidden and invisibilized. That's getting placed. This can get unforbidden. Oh, trust me, most of it's gone now. There was way more. There was so much more before. So however much lava you think was spilt on the surface, trust me, that's not even like a 15th of it. It's like maybe 3% of it from what was there. Because this system is designed to overflow. I'm trying to create lava waterfalls, or lava falls. Okay. So let's wait for the dwarves to run back inside. I'm going to close the gate for safety's sake. If there's anybody outside, well, oh well. All right, chat. If you like lava, could you please post some lava? Because we're about to turn the lava back on and see what happened. Happy burning day. This is like... It's now bubbling again. Bubble Page, thanks for the Prime for 36th month. Normally I would say round of beers, but can we just get a big round of lavas? Also beers, that too. Because this is now running. So now, I'm wondering if I want this to overflow, because it is, okay, no, it is filling slowly. The elves have arrived. Do not look directly into the fire. Okay, so this is filling. It's reached mostly 7. So it'll fill much faster if I turn the other half on. I'm gonna fucking turn the other half on. We shall turn on the big guns. Watch it fire so much lava out of this that it obliterates my military. There is a non-zero chance that that happens. Just an FYI. Brrr, okay. Didn't do what I thought it would do. Well, holy shit. Indeed. Lava go brrr, indeed. Let's turn that off. It's like, wait for it, wait for it, wait for it, wait for it, wait for it. Ah! Oh, wait, actually, which one is it? Should probably pull the right one. This one. God damn. It's a good thing I locked the gate, hey? Otherwise, I could have accidentally burned a bunch of elves, and that would have been a shame. Is there a leak? Nah. Nah, no such thing. I don't know what you're talking about. Leak? What leak? Never even seen a leak. I've never even leaks don't even do leaks even exist? They don't make those anymore. Those are out of style. Leaks. What is that? Like a type of onion? Okay. Well, good news is I think it's balancing itself out. I think there's enough drainage. The elves, they pull up and they're like, oh shit, the door's closed. Well, I guess we'll just wait. I'm sure we'll shout. I'm sure they'll open the door up. Poof! Just a giant geyser of lava just ejects itself from the sand dunes. Just boom! Oh. I think they're closed, guys. Who bought you a sub? Our lives bought you a sub. Actually, they bought two. I missed the second one. Shit. Yeah, no, it's working. It's actually working. Because it's not sitting at 7 anymore. It'll find equilibrium. And we have officially completed the mega project. Let's throw something else into the burn pit. Like this random necromancer. Because who needs that? Yudi up over here tried to steal my stuff. And tried to convince others to also steal my stuff. If you want to look them up, now's your opportunity. Priest Habits is their last name. No, we love our geese here. I would never hurt my geese. I love how their sprites have like bright red eyes now. Burn the witch. Damn right, son. Damn right. We need some falling emotes and like some lava. That's what we need. I have a feeling this is gonna look way cooler. Now because of the lava falling. There you go. Man, you disappeared real quick. Oh shit! They had a book. The Great Tower. The writing artfully indulges the author's fancies. How did I launch them? If you make a pit pond, you can assign animals or anything in a cage to the pit pond. So in this case, literally anything that's in a pond, like this Cyclops. You just have to hope that nobody cancels the job of putting things into a pit or a pond. Because if somebody cancels the job, then it escapes. So see this? We got this Mark's Dwarf leading the Cyclops. Clearly grabbed it by the nose. Or the ear, you know. He's walking it all the way up. And off you go. This one actually catches fire. This beast, with 29 kills, will no longer curse the surface. Grabbed him by the eyelid. They kind of look like the evil virus in, oh, what's the name of that? They kind of look like the evil, oh shit, the book melted? Oh my god. Huh. Well, that's kind of wild. Good god, dude. Book? What book? I don't even know what you're talking about. Speaking of books, let's throw some more things into the lava. Who else do we have? We've got plenty of cute animals. I'd feel bad if I threw the troglodyte in there. Do I not have a... Wait. That's considered to be... Oh, okay. No, it has things... It has a cage on it, I guess. What else could I throw into that? I mean... I think it might be time to sacrifice our god, chat. I think it might be. I mean, we obviously have to sacrifice a lamb, right? And the troglodyte kid. But felt free at last. Yeah, no, got removed from prison, right? Like that's the benefit for them. What, the lamb had it coming? I mean, sacrificing a lamb is like the classic sacrifice. Man, that burned quick. Holy shit. All right, so chat has been saying, can't wait to stone sense this. Let's stone sense this. Lurkin, chilling, brain melted. Naturally! Fracta. Naturally. What do you think of my, my architecture? Just makes you think of the one scene from Dogma where Matt Damon and Ben Affleck killed everyone in the office for the golden cap. I've not seen that movie, so it sounds crazy with no context. Okay, so let's load up some Stone Sense. What was the hotkey? Shift? No. Alt. There is a hotkey to make them deeper, and for some reason I'm forgetting it. I forget it like every 3 times I do this. Is it shift? Plus? No. Is it 9? No. I thought it was hold down control and scroll the mouse wheel. Oh, I see the problem. I still had OBS selected. Found it. Okay, so that is it. Dash to fort. In stone sense. If I go down, you can see all of the different levels with the pumps and where everything is burning. I think the thing that this really needs is like an outer wall. And like a little road kind of growing through here to the entrance. That's what I think this really needs. I mean, it's not the craziest nor most ambitious, but I think that the little volcano over on the left really kind of seals it. Because, like, honestly, I think that's maybe my favorite bit. Aptly named Vomit Road? No, that's the green Squelch Road. On the frozen desert. Thanks, Brosifer. Appreciate it. Certainly one of the cooler things I've built. Not the craziest, but... But it's neat to see this thing functioning. Because this being at like 2 or 3 deep means this is functioning exactly how I wanted it. Because it won't like just be perpetually overflowing. The extra lava will all go away. This will eventually equalize to, you know, a couple layers deep, which is all it really needs. It works as an active moat. It's about the time that you think that you should boot DF. I mean, just make a bunch of slabs. Ghosts aren't such a big deal. You know? All right. Let's sacrifice our god. Man. I feel like I should just keep adding to this before I do it. I need a plan of what to do after I sacrifice the god. Actually, how could I get the queen in there? Orgy. Right, of course, naturally, but after that. Because I can't throw a neutral entity into there. I mean, well, actually, the thing to do is this, right? That's the thing to do. Well, it's not to abolish the monarchy. It's the monarchy is what cost us the throne. We were destroyed by necromancy, greed, and our faction went from having a great population of hundreds of dwarves and many mountain homes to simply one. Simply one. And I honestly blame the queen for everything. Because she then went and sided with the goblins, from what I could tell. Probably bargained with her own life, fearing death. In a way, cheating our existence. Can dwarves betray the fort inside of the enemies? Technically, yes. They can become spies. And if they become spies, then... Wait, what? The shit was that? What are we in conflict with? Probably giant vultures. Did you cancel this hooking up job? Nope. Okay. Eric, thanks for checking out a gift. It's very kind of you. Alrighty, Queen. As she moves to the top of the map. Pretty quickly, too. The thing is, do I do the queen and the cow at the same time? Maybe that would be kind of poetic. In a way, she's not being forced to jump. So I guess she's doing this willingly. I guess she's doing this willingly. Meng seems to get the honors. What just happened there? In before, by the time I get back up there, a giant vulture has attacked the queen. And we just have like 150 nightmares at the top of the fort. That would be kind of incredible. Because that could happen. Nope. Okay, we got lucky. Who's ready? It's time for the grand finale. Do I follow the queen or do I follow the yak? The queen, of course. Lornette Cloistered is lying about her age. She's much older. She is anxiety prone. I wonder why. And a little bit distrustful right now. I wonder why. She's satisfied at work. When she first got here. She's been here since 286. She did experience some trauma and got attacked by a ghost. Not that I blame it. She had a bath recently. Had to be nice and clean. She recently is remembering discussing a friend's problems, and for friends, she's real good friends with Tibbe. Probably honestly convinced her to do this. Killed with style? Okay. She greatly is pleased by her own looks and accomplishments, and is a strong sense of duty. She accepts favors without developing a sense of obligation, preferring to act as the current situation demands. She's not careful with resources when working on projects, and often spends unnecessary effort. She is not the type to fall in love or even develop positive feelings. And I just completely lost my spot. She is quick to form negative views about things, and she sometimes acts with little determination and confidence. She can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand and is often nervous. She does not go out of her way to help others. Could be considered rude and tries to do things correctly each time. She is slow to trust others, and she can handle stress. She's not particularly interested in what others think of her and needs alcohol to get through the working day. She can't even remember the last time she had some, and she is getting used to tragedy. She dreams of ruling the world and personally values good craftsmanship, values tradition, and values hard work. She likes basalt and zinc, as well as crystal beryl and sailfin molly, giant brown recluse spider silk, and donkeys for their stubbornness, oysters for their beauty, and the words of the library of playing, and the sight of the fragrances of silkiness. When possible, she prefers to consume giant barn owl mead and pendant amaranth flower, and purple amaranth leaves, and absolutely hates bark scorpions. Is an ad break about to happen? I'm going to let it run and read the Holy Cow's description. The Holy Cow has great trouble mastering fear when confronted by danger, is confident under pressure, finds a chaotic mess preferable to the boredom of harmonious living, doesn't tend to hold on to grievances, is very humble, and she doesn't focus on material goods. She sometimes acts with little determination and confidence. She is rarely happy or enthusiastic, and she is conflicted by this. She values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. Tends to avoid crowds and is quite ambitious and has a calm demeanor. Has no relationships. Now the thing is, when the queen dies, somebody somewhere who is a dwarf related to this faction is going to gain the rank of queen. It could be one of my dwarves, it could be somebody completely random. So I think what we all have to do now is just cross our fingers, toes, forks, and nose, and hope somebody in my fort becomes a noble. That's all that we can hope. You know, they've hired community and people to do things around the edges of Dwarf Fortress before, Nomald. But the only thing they've done with me is they've contracted me to make specific tutorials to be posted on the Kit Fox channel. Yeah, I'm waiting for the ads to end. Don't worry, Kill with style. I'm waiting. Waiting. Now, who gets to pull the lever, though? That's the question. Who gets to pull the lever? It's now been picked up. We should be through the ads. Lanix gets to leave the perpetual party and pull the lever. That's a dense fucking tavern. Look at that. I don't know about that. I'm not the easiest person to work with, Nomald. They pull the lever. I'm gonna quick save. I don't think you know me as well as you think I do, but thank you, Nomald. All right, post your favorite emotes. It all ends here. What? Where the... Oh. Wait. No! Yak! Come back! Shit. You know, this is kind of fitting. Because in my headcanon here, the yak over there, in order for the spell to work, has to die at the same time as the queen.
Hello.
So it fails. Because a fucking bird spooked it, or something. But the dwarves, in a panic, try to add the holy cow. And throw it as well. Goodbye, queen. Davet has been elected mayor once again. And a diplomat is left unhappy. I wonder why. And they got the holy cow in. Thrown by seemingly Gutsy. I mean, is sacrifice an actual mechanic? Absolutely not. Fuck yes! Ah! We did it! I fucking won. After a polite discussion with the local rivals, Davet, Circle Staff, has claimed the position of Queen of the Mahogany Mine. We fucking did it, chat. We fucking did it. That went better than my highest hopes. The whole fucking kind of behind the scenes idea was maybe I could make a specific dwarf the queen. It literally just picks like the most deserving noble in the faction or somebody related to the queen. The queen had no surviving family. And I didn't even have to DF hack it. Hell yes. Hell yes. And got elected mayor again. So Darius is now a bookkeeper, but also a king consort or queen consort, isn't he? I think I can get rid of her custom role now. She's eager to be elected, eh? What a hell of a dwarf. No, of course, Shelmack. It was not even remotely a coincidence. It was all intended, planned, and calculated. That's the only other thing I can think to do now. Because the rest of this fort is going to be a struggle. By design, of course. And also I need to give her a crown. Why don't we make her a crown? Actually, does she have a favorite material? She likes electrum. Can I make electrum? I can't. Well, what's the coolest material I can make? I'm just gonna make her a silver crown. How's Giggity? Giggity, still up and about. Of course, you could check him on Legends. So a shit ton of bedrooms still needed. This fort has some basic needs that need to be recovered. If I go to civilizations. So we've got a Duchess and Enjoy Torch. There's a Baroness who's an elf. We still have a Baroness and a Baron. 2 Barons and a Baroness that are all kobolds, which is incredible, by the way. I hate the fact that the general is a Gelder. Yes, you found it, Gigmoth. But yeah, the queen is dead. Long live the queen. That is the most natural way of putting it. So I'm going to expand the size of this tavern, I think. So now the question is, how much more do I play of this fort? I think it's got maybe one more stream in it, probably. Does chat have any input on that? Because for me, I don't really know. I mean, we could fight and we could play it until it collapses. Obviously, I can actually satisfy the needs of the queen now. Oopsies. Now the queen has come back to haunt the fort in death. Well, has she though? I think I also need to make a iron statue of my queen. We're gonna make one of those. My ex-queen. Lore. What was your last name, ma'am? Miss, what was your last name? Net cloistered. Killed with style. Net cloistered. And I'm gonna make an iron statue. Of Davette, our now queen. And a Billon statue. Of the holy cow. Oh. I guess it's not that holy. Instead, I will make an image, an existing image, of our deity. I mean, the queen's, it's not actually the whole fortress's deity, it's just the queen's deity. And then I need just more bedrooms. That's all I actually need. It's just more bedrooms. Just need to figure out where to put it. You know what? This just seems too easy to not pass up. She's now Mayor Queen Almighty. Imagine being the dwarves who are then told you get to live in the axle rooms. You get to live down in the machine room. The pumping facilities. And slapped, yep, that's true. I think the dwarves have noticed something's up. Wait, hold up. We have a new queen. The game notices immediately that the queen is dead. The dwarves don't notice for a week. Just nobody tells them. It's like my new queen has like crowned herself and everything is hunky dory. Meanwhile, the rest of the faction's too drunk to notice. Oh yeah, by the way, anybody seen Killed with Style? You. I do have to say that might be the most style a dwarf has been killed by in this fort. Or in any of my forts recently. It's the straightest blind hallway you've ever seen. That's me saying, fuck it, I'm just making bedrooms. Let's also just say rock door. Just do like 80. Let's see if I can fancify up the queen's quarters while I'm at it, so she's satisfied with her space. How much more stuff does she want? She's like, she needs the total of 10 chests and 5 cabinets. Just gonna put the fancy encrusted green glass ones in. These I'll just put in whichever's. And then I need more weapon racks and armor stands. I need to make more weapon racks and armor stands, turns out. But that'll help. I'm so happy with how this has ended up. Like, it works so freaking well. So goddamn well. Just gonna throw green glass blocks in here. And I'm going to place all of the little bits and pieces into here. Two nobodies, one vampire who I think you were upset with, and one queen who was sacrificed in a ritual. I can't remember what I did with the vampire. I won't forget that queen anytime soon, though. So you, Queenie McGeanie, can have a silver crown. Just gonna go pick up her new equipment. Nice. I'm a little bit upset that it doesn't show up on the sprite in there, unless it just hasn't refreshed yet. She had to go grab her RuneScape party hat. It's a shame that she didn't dream of ruling the world. I think that's maybe the only way this could have been better. Because if she dreamed of ruling the world, then, you know. Uh-oh. So dwarf on the side of this that they're not supposed to be. The Weaver withdraws from society. We'll let you down. Then over here, oopsies. Weaver claims a clothes shop, which surprises nobody. Need stacked leather, okay. Stacked cloth, okay. Stacked leather. Square blocks, sure. Shining bars of metal, right. I'm going to do a few things, which may be what we need. And that's currently running, which is, we've got plenty of silk. It might be like yarn that they need. It's likely yarn that they need. And now I'm going to build the ugliest row of bedrooms of my life. It's like awful. But I need bedrooms, and I've got a lot of dwarves that desperately need bedrooms. So I honestly think the dwarves won't mind, and I just won't look at it very often. I'm so happy. I was very much expecting that sacrifice to go through, perfectly normal. I hope somebody clipped it, by the way. And then to be like, well, Queen no longer lives here, and we're never going to see him again. Rip. But the fact that Davette got it is incredible. Also, it's a shame that Dave Danger the Warlock isn't in chat right now. Was the last to die in the fort that it was in? Wasn't it, like, locked in a room? That does sound right. Like, completely insane, like, couldn't think. And was just locked in somewhere. This, I can't click and drag. Cassie. That's a DF hack feature if it's something. Or some sort of script. So no, I cannot click and drag. If I enabled that, I could. Was using him to kill prisoners? Oh, that was a while ago. I want to say you've been in a fort since. Because I've only ever successfully done that once. You misplaced a bed? Oh, most certainly, yeah. I did that just for you. Hope you like it. The Forgotten Beast, Aquia, has come, an enormous three-eyed aphid. Yikes. It has lacy wings and a gaunt appearance. Its sea green exoskeleton is rough and cracked to beware its poison vapors. Actually, now that I think about it, the lover of the queen, because they're not married and they're just lovers, he's not the king, he's not the queen consort. He's just, or a king consort. He's literally just like her side thing, which is actually kind of funny. History will say they were just friends. Oh, her advisor? I think you mean? Oopsies. Man, it's just AFI down here. Who's killed 2 forgotten beasts, actually. Icky and Whipped Feast. And is rotting actively. That's lovely. Yeah. Equilibrium has been found up here. So I think I'm going to put the statue of the god... Oopsies, not there. I'm going to put the statue of the god right here. And for the queen, and now queen, I'm gonna go up to here and here. It's like the 4th from the right. Mm-hmm. Like I said, I did it just for you. I mean, I misplaced that one. But yeah, no, of course I did it. I did it just for you. I mean, I can't make something symmetrical. This is still a blind stream. Come on. Let's not be silly here. Also, it's like the 4th from the left, not the right. Do you have your screen mirrored? Oops. Rock cabinets. Chad, I can't wait. I'm so excited. I get new internet tomorrow. I just got a text message about it. Or like a reminder text message about it. Oopsies. Getting fiber. 3,000 up, 3,000 down. And it's cheaper than my current internet, which is cable. Switching ISPs. So I'm actually going to pay 2 internet bills this month, but whatever. Dealer's choice. Como. Wait, don't you already have one? You already have a dwarf. Why are you claiming dwarves? I'm gonna give one to VadTech instead. That's what dealer's choice is gonna be. Although I'm gonna give VadTech a dwarf with a beard. Well, you see, you can check by typing in exclamation point legends and typing in your name. He is often cheerful, although I will refund that for you so you can keep your points. Not that it is a ton, but... he is often cheerful and he has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. He doesn't focus on material goods and gnaws his lips. When he's annoyed, he holds his breath when he's nervous. And when greeting others, he always smiles nervously. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors, but only grumbles mildly after inclement weather. Personally values peace over war and dreams of raising a family. He likes iron and emerald and sheep horn and the color river blue. 6-sided prisms and bolts and large gems, and when possible, prefers to consume white spotted puffer and persimmon wine. Fonio flower and absolutely hates jumping spiders. His nose is incredibly upturned, and his beard is braided. He worships the god Cybric and has a fuckload of friends. No, it's fine. It's totally fine. It's totally fine because you didn't know. But here, I will do this for you, Nomald. You are my chief medical dwarf, by the way. I presume you like your job because you aren't super pissy. You are bored after watching a performance, though, and you would like to practice some martial arts. You want to punch people? I would too, honestly, if I was a doctor. Your name is Crystal Wing, and she never feels discouraged, but did suffer a major injury once or twice. Never feels hatred towards anyone or anything, and is moved by art and natural beauty. Yeah, she definitely had an injury at some point. When was it? Probably can find that. There you are. You got attacked in 285, and you were accepting after, you became less depressed after accepting the major injury, and, but you're still dwelling upon having been forced to spend so much time in hospital. And, you have you love the fantastic dining room here, and currently you're collecting some webs. You suspect he's gonna die rather suddenly, like on a shitter. Well, I mean, we've already got a pile of burning stuff slowly dumping. Let's just do like this. Oh, I just have to do the side of green glass, don't I? And here I was expecting you to be like, die rather suddenly. On a grenade. That's what I was expecting, but... Why are you adding my bot? I also don't know where you type it. Why are you adding my bot? That's not a person. Yes. It's okay, we all have our moments. For those of you who want to see this in ASCII, by the way. That's the current fort in ASCII. Oh, exclamation point legends. Is what you want to type in. Or go to legends.blindirl.net, like bubble page, just put into the chat. I mean, I wouldn't expect anything else, Cassie. Oh, where do you type it to go to Okay, so you open up the website, the link, and you go to historical figures, and you type in Nomald. And you can see Nomald and Nomald, because there was two of them. Crystal Wing is you, though. Other Nomald is, I don't know. Was slain by a goblin. So this is Nomald II. And you are, you're born in the year 224, 6th of Granite. And, I mean, you were here for one siege. You've been making a lot of cloth, it looks like. Cloth. Yeah, a lot of cloth. But yeah, that's the surface of the fort as it sits at the moment. Pretty dope looking fort, honestly. If I put a temple above ground, it will eventually solve the vomiting problem. I'm gonna go over here. And I'm going to plop Kilba Styles' tombstone there. Up here, we have an exceptional iron statue of Davet. On the item is an exceptionally designed image of Davet, dwarves and dwarves in iron. The dwarves are refusing Davet. Davet looks confused. The artwork relates to the departure of the dwarf Davet from the position of expedition leader of the Seed of Creation in the early summer of 283. Oh, they didn't need her anymore. What's funny is that was her getting promoted to mayor, but then the other statue is an exceptionally designed image of Lore, killed with style, the dwarf and dwarves. Lore is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the appointment of the dwarf necromancer Lore to the position of general of the Mahogany Mine in 109. Lava moat looks sick. Thanks, man. It's a self-refilling artificial volcano. So this is the artificial volcano right here, which has a pump room in the middle of it, which fills this thing up with lava, which then goes down over to here, which then bubbles up here, fills the moat, which then flows back down into the reservoir that then refills the artificial volcano, and at the excess from the volcano bubbles up into here and then goes down there to make a little waterfall. Yes, Data's evil brother, Lore. You know, the other robot that looks like Data, made by the guy that made Data. That's a fun, like, series of episodes. I really like that side plot. Star Trek's fun. I mean, the only thing defending it are 3 full squads, mostly full squads. Yeah, because a couple of them have died. Worth of Marks Dwarves with metal bolts. And yeah, they all have bolts, and they all just sit in here. And we also have some bolt throwers for good measure. But realistically, I'm gonna have to fortify a lot of these. Realistically, I don't know how strong this actually is. Like, it's certainly not weak, especially considering they could just, like, dig. Like, they could just, like, go over here, build across, walk up to here, knock through this, and then they're in the fort. So, I mean, that would still give me a bit of a chokehold. You forgot they build too? They could also just jump. Like, I'm pretty sure they could just jump that. No, I need an outer wall made of reinforced walls. Is what I need. Yeah, I don't know what this dwarf wants. It's a shame. Okay, so this is now your bedroom, I think, probably. Or nope, no, it's not. You didn't claim it. Too busy sleeping. Then I can go all the way along the top here. Not enough beds. The first thing you see is a massive shaft filling the screen. What about the, like, multiple lava waterfalls? It's more of like a weird science experiment with, like, glass orbs full of strange liquids than anything. If you think it looks like a dick, well, I mean, it's like ink spots. You see what you want to see. When Laura said she was 59, oh, the dwarves knew. Daniel Dado. Just because she lied about her age doesn't mean we didn't know. It's just like, you know, when someone gets a butt ton of plastic surgery and they don't even look like themselves anymore and they're like, I look beautiful. And you're like, yeah, beautiful. Sure. They know. Let's be real. They knew. So this is the filling mechanism, which I still maintain looks kind of like a piranha plant. And it goes all the way up to here. Let's do something like this. Progress is being made. Now the question is, am I still making green glass? Or did I think I slowed it down. Right, yeah, no, I set it to one shot. Let's just set those back to any shops. Let's just let them make green glass. Increase the production. Because I want to see this in like kind of a finished state. I've got like 100 plus shale. Let's do shale. Shale. Dwarf. Human caravan has arrived. Well, they'll be impressed, I'm sure. Or intimidated. Dwarves are certainly asserting dominance with all the vomit on the ground. It's a worthy temple of the Yak God. I mean, we met. I don't know. Were you here for the actual sacrifice? Yes. I guess you might have missed it. But we did sacrifice the yak, and the literal second the sacrifice was completed, and we also sacrificed the queen. Davette became the queen. I'm kind of annoyed that nobody clipped it, or at least if somebody clipped it, nobody posted the clip. Kind of bums me out, actually, but oh well. I've kind of given up getting chat to clip things, and I just go back and clip things myself after the fact, because, like, I know chat's not going to do it. I know. Chat's not going to do it. Also, chat, we're not even halfway to the daily minimum, so if you do happen to have a Prime sub, do think about me. That's all I really have to ask. Could just put traders up here, actually. Put the trading depot, like, right there. You missed the yak sacrifice? I don't know what to tell you, man. Don't know what to tell you. You win some, you lose some, I guess. Some important historic events you get to witness, and some you miss. But thanks for hanging out now, Keto. I did kind of shout about it and waited for an ad break to end and did all kinds of things. Queen has been reelected. That really makes it read like she's been reelected to continue being queen. That's actually pretty funny. One small step for Eurus. Chat, I know 80% of you are lurking. Wake up, we just got a siege. And can you please post a vile force of darkness? A vile force of darkness has arrived. The army is commanded by the goblin Tase Release Portent, a competent commander. Beware, they're skilled goblin bowmen. With them come monstrous siege engineers and Mineras from the dark goblin fortress of profane polishes. Okay, so something I need to do really fucking quick. And by quick, I mean yesterday. I need to actually go here. Fortify this. Send one of the 3 squads to here. Get the other 2 right here. Go. Turn on the siege engines. Make sure everybody's in the burrow. Let's just let them finish constructing everything they're making at the moment. Go to the burrow. Add this to the burrow. Go here. Turn on the burrow. Then obviously I have to turn on the Burninator. Gotta close the gate. Actually, I'm gonna do something real quick. This is more for me than anything, but I think you guys might appreciate it as well. I'm actually gonna go turn the frame rate down. I'm gonna go down to like 30 FPS. Just like half the speed. Because so much happens in sieges so quickly. They're just gonna go jump in, aren't they? Huh! Did you see that? These dwarves just filled that goblin up with like 245 bolts. Just brrr, hits him in the head with a flying iron bow. Oh, wait. Oh, no, that's a vulture. Anyway. Scales hits it. What killed the pikeman? The bolt strikes the goblin pikeman in the head, tearing the muscle, and chipping the skull, and tearing the brain. Wait. That's not very smart, sir. Wow. Okay, actually, I don't want to use these. These are going to go through my ammo way too quickly, aren't they? I'm scared. Okay, actually, let's turn these off for now. Like, they'll stand present, but don't shoot. I want to see which route they're taking. Okay, so if they're going all the way around, then I'm going to wait. Because, like, I actually don't know how they're going to get in. So I'm really curious to see what they're going to try and do. Mark stores are shooting. Goblins are falling. We're gonna have to start it erupting pretty soon. Oh, how'd you get here? Who are you? Oh, you're just some random human who's just here. Some traitor. This guy over here has what? Jet blocks? Oh, cool, we get some jet. And he's got a pickaxe. Okay, we gotta keep an eye on those guys. This guy's not all that useful at the moment. Okay, I'm actually gonna send these center ones back to here. Kinda would like you guys to go inside again. That seems bad. Okay, this shouldn't be in the burrow. Like, why are they going up here? What's the intent? The goblins appear to be backing up a bit. They're looking for ammo. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to do something that's going to look a little silly for a second here, but it'll make sense in a moment. Just going to forbid everything and go to the center, where the fort is specifically, and then just... The reason I'm doing that is I'm hoping that if they're trying to get to ammo that they can't actually access, they'll just run back inside. Yep, they did. Kiddo, can you please go in? No. Okay, now it's getting worse. So they're all looking for ammo because we're out of ammo, basically. I'm just gonna unload you. Unload you. Whoa! Okay, no, that's not what I thought it was. There isn't too much I can do about this at the moment, unfortunately. Okay, actually, because, like, they're in fear, so they're, like, running away when they see them, when they try to go down the stairs, and so they can't all get back inside. The good news is the dwarves are firing. We'll just pay attention to this. Well, this side's working. So far, so good. What are these big guys doing over here? You start firing. Same with you. You start firing. If a bunch of them get around to this side, I could flip the switch. Okay, so you're digging. He's digging. We got people digging. They're going down, presumably trying to dig around. What do I have for bars at the moment? Iron bolts, 100 of them. Also, Lanix, thank you very much for checking out a gift, and Zarkanon, thank you very much for the Prime. Thanks for helping keep the channel funded. Appreciate you. I've still got bolts. That's the good news. Goblins are still falling in. The water's going to thaw pretty soon. He's building over. That's not going to do too much, though, because they stopped digging. Still got bolts. And still got bolts. Moods are getting terrible very quickly. Okay, so they're building across here so that they don't need to walk around. That's pretty smart. I gotta give them credit for that. That's pretty smart. Maybe not the brightest, but let's get rid of this. I'm just going to wait until the two of you run inside. Come on, run inside. Chat, I so desperately want to just teleport these these dwarves underground. Okay. Yeah. Okay, let's just nick this, nick this, nick this. DS, thanks for the 5-pack. Appreciate you. Maybe I'll get 2/3 of the way to the minimum today. These are all dwarves that are out of ammo, which means they go into civilian mode. When they go into civilian mode, they run when they see scary things. That's the current situation. I needed to lock these doors, but didn't manage it. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to lock these 3. And you, you, and you. Well, that sucks. Maybe they'll decide to go inside pretty soon. Let's see. You can run in, you can run in. Lock it. Till you're close. There you go. Look at that. Magical. Okay, so. They tried to build across here. They managed to build across there, but it didn't really do much for them. There's a human over here who's dead. They would like to dig, but there's no reason to. Some goblins made it all the way over to here with not much success. I could just flood the whole fucking thing. The dwarves are still firing bolts. Let's turn off the bolt throwers. Actually, hold up. I do need this to be in the burrow still. So yeah, at least for the minute, it does seem kind of like they can't do anything, like they're incapable of getting in. Oh, 100%. 80% of my fortress is cave adapted, maybe more. But as long as they're in here, they're fine. It's only a problem when they go outside, and they're not actually outside right now. They are inside still. Salty. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for Diaz checking out that 5-pack? Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Hey, shit, you hit Family Noir. Haven't seen them in a minute. Hope they're doing well. More bits and pieces and things are falling into the lava. It autoplayed and I'm live? Yeah, I know I am. What were you watching last? Usually live at this time. Got a lot of injured goblins. I mean, how are we actually doing on bolts at the minute? Most of the dwarves have bolts. So I'm actually not so worried about the bolts. Let's try moving the dwarves back up to here. So I think right now they're waiting on this. I'm actually going to send this squad over here. Oh, this should be taken out of the burrow like yesterday. Because they're looking for that clothing right there. I thought anyway, maybe not. Okay, so some of them are coming in this way. Admittedly, not with much success. Trying to build something? No, not you. Are you trying to build something? Looks like it. Your name is Dang, though, so I guess you haven't had much success. I love how they built a little walkway across the river. That's so funny. Look at that. Okay, here come the Marks dwarves. To have a better vantage point. That goblin needs to die. I think I'm actually going to send 2 of the Marks squads over here. Leaving just 1 in the main tower. Granted, they'll have to run back and forth for more ammo. There's a few going this way. Bolt throwers are having a field day. I think this is going to be where I put the bolt throwers. Are they going to try and break into this side? I'm not even totally sure where they're trying to break in, but... that or they're just going to run away soon. We'll see. I will say, we are going to have a shit ton of elite Mark Dwarves when this is done. I mean, look at you. Snail fires an iron bolt, strikes the spearman in the head. The attack was deflected by an iron helm. Well, okay. Should have shot at any of the ones without the helmets then. Problem is now they're having to leave to go get ammo. Just a big issue here. They've got pretty far to go get more ammo. The ones that are red don't actually have ammo anymore. We're running out. I'm going to shut off the siege weapons again so we can catch back up for ammo. Things are falling in and burning. Oh. The river is now a river. We're back into that season. So the goblins now have to get across the river to get to us, which is good for us, not for them. More bolts. Dusum was able to find a few scragglers. The ram is now falling. The bolts continue to fly. They aren't able to stand stationary long enough to dig. They were able to build this. A few goblins have made it to the fort, sort of. Oh my god. Okay, let's just send all of them back to the center here. As you continue to fire. Well, the siege update is wild, chat. And this is the most training my Mark Dwarves have ever had. In fact, I would actually say this is all of the training they've ever had, because I've never bothered training them. I didn't want to make training bolts. Uh-oh. Got a ghost. Hey, chat. We're in an ad. So, I don't know. I will leave the game paused until the ad is done. Oh, we sacrificed the Act God. So, yes, Rigoth, Davet's the queen. The spell worked. We had to sacrifice a queen to do it. And a yak. It wouldn't have worked otherwise, of course. And nobody clipped it, and I'm offended. So I'll have to go back and clip it after the fact. Bum 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 ba da 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 da. Also, while I'm waiting, let's just go over here. I'm actually just gonna turn off the burrow. Thought you'd catch it if you woke up earlier. Sorry, I can't time for everything. I love that the lava's just up, there's just like blood floating on the water. There's something kind of amazing about that. All right, chat, ads should be done now. Let's see what they're gonna try and do. I really hope that they come over here, because then I can truly give them a big surprise. The biggest surprise, if you will. Although, right now, just waiting for my soldiers to get back over to the other side. Because right now, most of them are off grabbing bolts. Truly, most of them are off just collecting bolts. Yeah, they lost their ram, that much is for sure. Okay, now I need to leave the burrow on. Because these dwarves are trying to come up here, which is no bueno. It's no good. I will, however, go down here. Make an ammo stockpile right here. For just bolts. There we go. I'm starting to see bolts flying again. That's what we want. And then hopefully that slab has been made. Nope, not yet. Yeah, I think that's what we need to focus on for the next while, is just making a ton of bolts. Let's throw some chaos into the mix, shall we? Let's throw some chaos into the mix. I'm sure the goblins won't mind. Hey, chat, can I get some more lava? Because I hear you guys lava when I do it. You lava when I do this. I don't even know what I'm saying. I hear you guys like it when I do this. My idea here is just kill them with geysers. Actually, it looks like they're retreating. Holy heck. I think they are leaving, chat. I think we've won. Poor, poor goblin right here. Bolt strikes him. Causes bruising. Who's pulling a lever? Nobody? What? Excuse me. Oh, because I pulled the wrong lever, that's why. It's okay. We'll get some insult to injury. And I'm going to take all of these squads off of training. Just give them a break. Just give them a break. Mighty pile of puke? What about the blood? Everybody's like, oh, that's a lot of puke. What about the blood? There's significantly more blood than puke. Yeah, I don't know. It's pretty hard to avoid it. Especially the way I was running this fort. So is the puke. Canton. If you are unironically telling me with a straight face that your dwarves never get cave adapted, you're lying. I refuse to believe otherwise. You are full of vomit, if that's the case. I'm presuming they're retreating, because my god, it looks like they may also just be regrouping. And if they are, that's fine, because that gives me an opportunity to, you know, re-equip everybody. Let's turn the frame rate back up to what it's supposed to be. I think turning down the frame rate to 30 for sieges is actually a pretty good idea. Because it gives you guys an opportunity to have a better idea of what's happening. let's just send my dwarves, all 3 squads, to right here. To hopefully deal with these guys. These stragglers. Well, these guys over here, we'll find out in a second if they're actually leaving. If this guy leaves the map, they've surrendered. If they don't, then they're just regrouping. I think they're just regrouping. They ain't done, folks. They coming back. Good news is, hopefully we can shoot them. But I guess not, because otherwise that would actively be getting blasted right there. Also, this isn't my vomit. This is actually goblin vomit, because I've sent no dwarves outside. Since the siege started, and they built that. Yep, they're coming back. I'm actually a little bit perplexed as to why they're not shooting from here. Like, they should be able to hit that. Most certainly they should be. So I'm not entirely sure what's up with that. I kind of feel like I could probably send my dwarves out to fight them, but I think that's too much of a risk. Instead, I will just send them back to here. I mean, this time we've got the bigger lava setups. And also, I'm just going to cancel this. Just go down into here. Just throw the slab down into there or something. Oh, somebody's firing. Or rather, somebody was. I saw some bolts flying. Well, I mean, sure, but, I mean, they can't hit here, yes. But they should be able to hit over there, and they weren't firing over there either. So that's what was kind of perplexing me a little bit. Like, he, right here, can't hit them, but should still be able to hit the ones on the other side of the river, but just, like, isn't, which is a little odd. So instead of just sending them back over here, I did build that, like, not planning to use it as that, so that wasn't the planned use for that building. The planned use for that building was something entirely different. It was supposed to purely be an aesthetic thing. I'm not even sure where they're trying to go now. Okay. How about we tempt them? And by tempt them, I mean, how about we do something really silly? How do you feel about silly, chat? Lock this door, and I'm going to lock this door. And then I'm going to pull this lever. Let's open up the gate. See where they go. See how they fare. Let's see what the queen thinks of it. What is that big thing? A blind cave ogre. Pachunk. Now they have a target. Yeah, this guy is a blind cave ogre. Yep. Well, I've had a YouTube channel for 11 years. I've been streaming for 12, though. This is just going to keep overflowing. And get worse and worse and worse for them. They seem to be regrouping again. My poor dwarves. They've had a rough week. I mean, there's even a goddamn ghost. Did I make a slab for the wrong ghost? Wouldn't that be something? I think I did. Well, shit. Hold on. I gotta make another slab. Yes, I did. Made a slab for the wrong ghost. Cheers, Touch Sky. So now this is the makeshift bridge that they made in. I was still building these walls. Although that fire... And then they just stand there and they get executed. As you would hope. For a little bit, this guy was acting like he was going to dig, but then he didn't. It's going to be fun to recover the moods from this. Good news is the dwarves don't have to smell any of the dead. Oh, there's more. Like, they should be trying to go here and break down those doors. Oh, shit. That's how you know this has been a long siege. Summer's over. We've gone from, like, the water's thawed season back to ice season during this siege. That's crazy. Like, that's insane. Goblins dodging. Big guys being brave. Oh my god. Please just stand on the bridge. Just keep standing on the bridge. Just keep standing on the bridge. Let my dwarves keep shooting. Now give me this. I'm gonna do the classic. I'm gonna try my best. They'll never see it. That's a goblin. I want to follow this guy. They'll never see it unless, like, actually this guy's big enough to stop it from flying, but we'll see. Come on! Watch them have already pulled it. Come on, somebody get it. They're freeing him repeatedly from that cage, and they're trying to break down the door. Come on, dwarves! Don't let them break it down. Somebody get there. Somebody better be... Who's coming to pull it? Somebody better be coming to pull it. Fuck me. Nobody's coming to pull it. Why is no... Oh, they pulled it. Now let's hope. Bad news, chat. These are big enough that they don't actually care. And can block bridges. Well, now we know. I did say let's do something stupid. How are we doing on the ammo? Pretty fucking bad. All right. Let's tell them to go stand down here then. Run. Dwarves run. They make it down to here. Let's see how this goes. That is a blind cave ogre. I'm just gonna fucking open the door. There's not much behind them. It's kind of pathetic, really. Here come the traders. Good luck, boys. Where is he? Oh, he's literally, like, underneath them. The traders are killing him. And that's it. Siege is done. Siege is done. And I'm going to go down to here. Not this one. This one. And I'm going to make a dump zone right here. And I'm going to go down to my trash zone, which is right here. And I'm going to get rid of this dump zone. Canton, thank you very much for the gifts. It's very kind of you. And then I'm going to go to labor, standing orders, refuse and dumping, dump corpses. And then I'm going to claim everything. And then we sit here for a minute. Because the dwarves are coming up. They got some trash to get rid of. This almost overflowed. Holy shit. Actually, no. That's the wrong type of zone, but actually that's a good thing. Because if I were to use a different kind of equipment, or a different setup here, it would actually be... How do I put this? If I were to use... if I were to do this right now, it would be real bad. Because... how do I say this? You know... Dwarf was found dead dehydrated. That's very unfortunate. You know when lava's real close, it just torches them? Yeah, that would happen. So how about instead I go up here. I get rid of... Well, I can keep that. And we can just grab this and do this. Now I have a trash dump zone. And they can begin hucking it out there. Sacrifices to the gods, if nothing else. I'm sure they will appreciate it. I'm sure that they will appreciate it. I think that siege went, like, kind of pretty well, all things considered. Curious to see how the moods will hold up in a little bit, but... My squads definitely need a break, that's for sure. Sure, some of them have new gear. They certainly do, which they've acquired from goblins. Now it's going to be a teamwork effort for a while, just putting stuff away. This is going to need to be gotten rid of. But yeah, I think that went quite well. Just wanted to see the laser gifts some more. Yeah, my artist did that for me ages ago. Like, that's in... That GIF is like 6+ years old. Like, it's quite the GIF. So now the question. Actually, I've got two questions. The first question is, do we return to this fortress next week? Or is it done after this? Oh, shit. That's the problem. It's making a big old pile of bodies right here. It's not actually what I want. There we go. Now I'm starting to see the bodies end up where they're supposed to be. That's what I wanted. Got hoofs, horns. I realize most of this could be used for crafting gear as well, but it's not really something I need. See if I can get rid of that ghost now. The problem is now this is just kind of too full. And I don't really have a way of draining it. So maybe I just gotta, like, maybe just kind of something like this and just that way, possibly. But I'm gonna need to actually, like, skim some of this lava out because I've got too much. Like, kind of way too much. Because I don't currently have a way of draining it that's, like, reasonable and efficient. Some Forgotten Beast has arrived, and I don't really care all that much. Same world, new fort. I kind of don't want to do anything else in this world. It's nothing against the world. The world itself is fine. The issue is... How do I put this? The issue isn't the world. It's just there isn't that much. Like, the world's pretty dead. Like, I feel like with what we've done in this fort, this is the coolest thing we could do, unless we just want to try and rebuild this faction. Uh-oh, I just threw a dwarf away. Oh well. I guess it really depends on how much more we want to add to this setup. But since we have public legends now, I think we just need to make a bigger world with a ton of factions in it. So there's all kinds of things to find and discover. Crank up the number of dragons and such, and don't make it super old. Like something that I'd play for the next, like, you know, good big chunk of time. Do wonder, how many kills does Snail have? 13 kills? It's kind of a lot. So did you get Triumph? Still got more socks to get rid of. Like out of beds. Where is all this miasma coming from? That'd do it. It's just a bunch of rotten cheese right there. Definitely something's fucked up. Definitely something's fucked up. Okay, let's go over to here and hack down all these. Go up to this and hack down all this. Go over to here and hack down all that. Smexy Vampire, I recommend you just go simply watch the video that I made about that a little over a year ago. And in that video, I state that I probably won't ever do that again just because of how not even remotely fun that whole gimmick was. So, how do I feel about it? No. Thank you for offering or asking. Go watch the video and don't ask me about it because I'm not going to do another one of those. Another Forgotten Beast. This one's waxy skin. I'm going to have to fight these at some point, aren't I? That is a cool looking crab thing. It's got two derpy looking little eyes. Look at that. I really like that one. I really like the scorpions because I want to rock you like a hurricane. But no, Vampire Forts fucking suck to play. They are just awful. Like, I'm sure they're entertaining and interesting as like a novelty, but like fucking hell, they blow. It is like the least pleasant way to play a video game like this. It's just, hey, let's just like introduce a shit ton of extraordinarily unnecessary tedium. It just sucks. Like, I just kind of hate it. I just kind of hate it. So I think it might be time to ask chat this. You guys want to do some Menace? You guys up for like an hour or two of Menace? I mean, I even admit at the end of the video that like I just didn't want to play the fort anymore. Like, I was just like, I'm just done. I don't want to play any more of this. I'm finished. I'm exhausted. I'm tired. So we might do another day of this fort. Run it until it runs into the ground. Because looking at how that siege went, I don't know how many of those I could handle. Probably a few. So we'll do at least one more stream of this fort. Because I think it'll be interesting. See how consistent of a carpet we can make out of vomit. But I think it's time for a little bit more Team Gary chat. That's what I think it's time for. And as a reminder, this is a crowd-funded channel. If you like the things I do, please consider checking to see if your Prime subscription is available, because that's what makes the world go burr. I'm actually curious if I'm close-ish. We're about $45 away from the daily minimum. Maybe we'll make it. I've got another hour or two of stream left in me. I will update Legends after the stream tonight is done.